I'd like to call our December 5th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. This morning, we're going to start with an invocation by Pastor Miles Hunter from the Treasure Coast Community Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by, we're honored to have Mr. Andrew Montavani here and his lovely wife. He is a U.S. Marine. I don't believe when you quote-unquote retire from the Marines, you ever really retire from the Marines. So he will lead us in the pledge. So if you would all please stand. Good morning, Pastor.
Morning. Guys, let's pray. God, your word says, "For a child is born to us, a son is given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. His government and its peace will never end. He will rule with fairness and justice from the throne of his ancestor, David, for all eternity." The passionate commitment of the Lord of Heaven's armies will make this happen. Lord Jesus, we come to you thanking you for these words because they were written during a season when hope had faded away, when conspiracies ran rampant, and when wars raged. And nevertheless, these words brought hope to the people of God, and I pray that they will bring hope to us as well. I ask that we would trust the wonderful counselor who knows our every struggle intimately and personally. I ask that we would relinquish power to the mighty God who is really in control. I pray that we will find a home with the everlasting Father, the one whom our soul truly longs for. For science even tells us that innate within us is a desire to know that someone is chasing after us, pursuing us, and loving us. And some of us never got that from our earthly mothers and fathers, and so I pray and I ask that we would know that from the beginning of time, there's an everlasting Father, our Creator, who has been in hot pursuit of us. I pray that we will know you, Father, as our peace. Amid the chaos, that we would find peace in your Son, for his name is Jesus. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Sir, if you could share, first off, good morning, and thank you for being with us. If you could share a little bit of your life experience.
I'm a 92-year-old Marine. I joined the Marine Corps in 1949 of July, and went to Camp Lejeune for a while. The water was dirty in 1952, but unfortunately I don't qualify for the benefit. And then, of course, we went on a Mediterranean cruise, and we were parked in Cairns. I was on the USS Leyte, and if you saw the picture Devotion, it's part of my life because the Leyte was an aircraft carrier, and they didn't have good Navy pilots, so they practiced on those on that ship, and that was part of the operation. We didn't know at the time they were training to go to Korea, and so I was part of a team that was called Anglico, Air and Naval Gunfire. So we directed fire from ships for 20 miles inland, and thereafter we switched to air support. And we were in a team where we were radio operators, actually, and each person carried a different piece of equipment in order to put the operation together quickly, because otherwise, especially when you broke up, if you didn't break up fast enough, they would have a back azimuth and they would, fire back at you. So I was in Wonsan, Hungnam. I landed on Incheon on the Douglas MacArthur. We went up to the Chosin Reservoir, and I earned 2 bronze battle stars. And I had one last interesting thing, which probably saved my life. I was the only child, the only boy child. I had 2 older sisters, and my mother just loved me so much to death. And when she knew I was in combat, she had a very serious illness. She had a nervous breakdown. And I was lucky where the Red Cross read the reports, the medical reports, and they got me back from the chosen reservoir and probably saved my life. I was up there just before the Chinese came over the Manchurian border. So I have to thank the Red Cross. I have to thank those who felt it was serious enough for a humanitarian transfer. And so they transferred me to the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And I was the best medicine for my mother because she did well afterwards. And she wasn't normal ever, but she was saved, I would say. We were both saved. But that's part of my past.
Thank you. Why don't you introduce your wife to us and tell us how
Yes.
you met?
My wife is here. Unfortunately, she's not well as she used to be. I met her when she was 15 years old. She was my next-door neighbor. And we had 10 children, so God was generous to us in that way. In fact, my birthday was in September, and we had 6 born in June, so I always got a birthday present from the Lord, you know. And they're all doing well, and we also have 33 grandchildren, 4 of which are great-grandkids, and we had a full life. The story, though, that Dan McHenry wants me to tell you, which he was most impressed with, so I have to do it. I know I'm taking too much time.
Take your time, sir.
But when I got out of the Marine Corps, I went to school for 20 years at night, in between trips for Enfamil, because we always had a lot of children.
Yeah.
And so I worked very hard and got a number of degrees and also professional letters, like I'm a chartered underwriter with the insurance business. I have another professional certificate where I could use letters in insurance accounting, in which you studied the annual statements of insurance companies and had to have a good understanding of them before they gave you the letters. And so I did a lot of those things, and then I read along the lines that you can become a lawyer if you clerked. And I had an opportunity with a lawyer who said he would do me that favor. He would allow me to come in, and he thought that I would be good enough for his firm anyway to get some more business and so forth. So there was a little mutuality there, back and forth. And so I did clerk for a period of 4 years, and I passed the bar exam. And I'm probably now maybe the only person alive in New York that is that way. There could be one other younger man, so there may be 2 of us left, because they changed the rules. You can't do it anymore. Now I think you need at least 1 year of law school, you know. But that's the story that Dan wanted me to tell the board. He was impressed with it. I said, "You think
Gotcha.
anybody else will be?"
Yes.
He said he thought you would be. So
Thank you, sir.
thank you again for having me. And I want to thank Dan, who also helped me with an increase in my compensation. You know, he said I deserved more. And I was a little worried. I said, you know, maybe I better not do this because I don't want to lose what I have.
Yeah, no.
You never know, you know.
He's
But he
the right
said,
guy.
no, go forward. You got enough in there that will help you. So,
for you.
but thanks again for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, we have a lot going on this morning. The agenda is 9:05 public comment. 1:30 we have a preset for presentation and request for adoption of a draft impact fee study, departmental number 4. 5:05 is public comment. We have one additional item on the consent, number 5, adopt a proclamation declaring a year of celebration of the 125th anniversary of All Saints Episcopal Church and All Saints Cemetery in Martin County, Florida. There is one request to withdraw departmental number 3, the Brightline request for proposal. It will return on December 12th. There are no consent pulls. Commissioner Smith.
I move approval of the agenda with the 2 additional items, consent 5, or 1 additional item, rather, consent 5, and the request to withdraw Brightline's request, department item number 3.
Thank you very much.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith to accept the agenda as presented, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now, we can do one of 2 things. We can take public comment or do the reorg. You
Why
want
don't you do, since you've
to-
got it all.
I have it all? Okay. I have all of the request to speak forms. There's many. Some people wrote agenda items on them, others did not. So if you would like to speak during general public comment, which is now, you can. If you are going to speak to an agenda item that we're going to hear later in the day, if you speak this morning, is perfectly fine, but you cannot then speak again on the item. If I call your name and you would prefer to wait until the item, just let me know and I'll put your card aside. If you have not filled out one of these cards, our bailiff has these. There's some in the back in the lobby. You can fill them out prior. If you feel like speaking and you haven't filled one out, you can just come forward at the end when I call for the last group, and you can speak first and call it out, fill it out afterwards. The last thing I'll say about it is you'll have 3 minutes to address us on any topic that you like. Please keep the comments to the board as a whole. We do not, don't love individual comments to individual commissioners, if you will. At the 2-minute and 45-second point, you're going to hear a tone. That doesn't mean you need to stop. That means you have 15 seconds to finalize your thoughts so we don't just shut you off. I know some people would like to speak longer than 3 minutes, but I would tell you I probably have 20 to 25 speaker forms and more coming in now. So we try to keep it fair to 3 minutes so that we can hear from everyone. And with that, we will begin with Miss Diane Meyer. Good morning.
Hello, Commissioners. I would certainly like to go back to our original comp plan, but we have growth management that is rubber stamping almost all building permits. Then it goes the LPA, who says everyone has the right to build regardless of zoning and comp plan. And now we have the commissioners, who are supposed to be our good stewards for Martin County comprehensive land use. I have several things I'd like to bring up. One is I have mentioned many times before, I'd like to have a moratorium on building until we have a cost of infrastructure of all these new developments that are going on. We have issues such as water usage, flooding issues, drainage, sewer, and trash facility overusage, traffic congestion. It seems like Miami and Palm Beach now. And we also have the inherent adherence to the original urban services district to the benefit of all citizens, not just the developers and their attorneys. Fear tactics are being used by developers. It shouldn't be considered for these critical votes. You need to listen to your constituents and not your lobbyists putting money into your reelection campaigns. We really hope that you don't do that. I'm asking you to vote no on the changing the comp plan, and vote no for amending the growth management plan, and vote no for future land use regulation switches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next request to speak for Ms. Kayla Shea. I guess you filed one, you put them in one after the other. Good morning.
Morning, I'm Kyla Shea. I'm the president of Trailside Homeowners Association and also a longtime resident of Trailside. You know, years back when you extended the city water and sewer to South Fork High School, you said it was just for South Fork High School. Yeah, here comes High Point. The congestion out by us is incredible. 9 years ago, I asked the commission for turning lanes and a traffic signal for Trailside. We were told we didn't meet the criteria. The criteria is 5 deaths. coming out of our neighborhood. Most mornings now, between 6:30 in the morning and 8:30 in the morning, it takes each vehicle approximately 18 minutes to turn to head north on Pratt. We have High Point, we have the ranch, we have Story lurking around. At what point are we going to stop the insanity? Vote no, 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 no. You said 20-acre parcels, west I-95. We're west I-95. Clustering doesn't count. Let's go back. Let's take a look at what we're actually doing. Vote no for all the changes. Let's look at the infrastructure. Let's look at what we really need to do. This is urban sprawl. It's not a rural lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next request to speak for him is Mr. Walter Lloyd. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Commissioners. I'm here to ask you to vote no to protect our comprehensive plan and to protect our urban service boundaries. Many of us moved here for the reasons that we've enjoyed, and that's the small town. The comp plan was a legacy with forethought to create an environment which was desirable for many of us to come to. It had protections for the environment. It had considerations for the quality of life. It was thoughtfully and over many, many years built into a legacy that we've enjoyed. And I would ask you to honor it. I'd ask you guys to honor that legacy. And please stop allowing the money from developers from wherever the Northeast to override the concerns of the people who live here. It's not about the money, it's not about the development, it's about your representation to us. So please, honor that. We voted you in for that reason. We expect you to live up to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak for him is Miss Eve Samples. Good morning.
Good morning. You moved me to the top of the stack. Thank you for taking my public comment. I'm Eve Samples, Executive Director at Friends of the Everglades. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Miami. We're now based in Martin County because we see the environmental value of advocacy here. Last year, when the Rural Lifestyle Amendment first came to you for consideration, Friends of the Everglades stood against it because we believe it undermines the very philosophy that Martin County's comprehensive plan was founded upon, and which makes it more environmentally protective than comprehensive plans to the north and south of us. And that is the philosophy that development should occur within the Urban Services District until the Urban Services District reaches capacity. That has not occurred. A majority of you approved the Rural Lifestyle Amendment anyway, and we're here today to say that was a bad idea then, and it remains a bad idea today. So please, with the amendments you're considering on the agenda today, do not support them. These amendments are even worse than what you were originally considering last year. This effect of erosion is exactly what the public was concerned about when you approved this amendment, so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next request to speak is Lisbeth Peel. Peel. Good morning.
Good morning. Every man, woman, and child and baby in the United States has glyphosate in their blood. You do, I do. We ingest it in our water and in food. It's the chemical in Monsanto's Roundup, and it does cause cancer. And but the point is how we get it. When you create a golf course, you remove the native shrubs and the trees, and you put in specialized grass, and you spray herbicide on it to keep the broadleaf plants from growing up in the grass. Then you put in chemical fertilizers, and then you water. So any golf courses that are permitted to be put west of the urban boundary, where our water comes from, these chemicals and those golf courses are going to be seeping into our water system. And I think you really should think about that when you decide whether to permit golf courses to be built west of the urban boundary, where we have 35 golf courses in Martin County, but that's on our side. And I think it's just for the quality of water, because water is so important with all the people living here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak for is Ms. Karen Rayside. Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to speak on the Calusa Creek project. I live in western Martin County and spend quite a bit of time outdoors. I'm a member of the Palm City Farms Trail Association. I do mostly horseback riding, camping, and spending time a lot outside, preserving our natural trails. While I acknowledge that the county puts a lot of effort into maintaining our public lands, I also want to point out the importance of private conservation. I'm here today in support of the ranch project. I admire the careful planning to conserve open space and reduce density. I also admire that they will continue the cattle ranch and preserve agriculture in Martin County. I'm here to support the ranch, and I ask the commission to please approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak for is Ms. Robin Cartwright. Good morning.
It's a long walk, so I hope my 3 minutes starts.
You do?
Good morning, Commissioners. I could stand here and share all the logical, logistical reasons why you should not approve CPA 22-06, CPA 23-12, and other items, but it won't matter. So 3 items before I begin. 1, all land purchases are speculative. 2, donations to your campaigns and PACs are public record. The majority of you received donations from the rural lifestyle applicants, including today's applicant who didn't even own the land until March of 2023. Weird how they know to whom to contribute. And development does not produce less cars than agriculture. So, you have no real concerns about casting a vote because even if you're sued, the applicant will intervene. And when an administrative law judge rules against you, the governor and Florida cabinet will rule in your favor. In fact, that's exactly what happened when you ruled on the rural lifestyle last year. The same rural lifestyle vote that you stated projects must touch the urban service district. But apparently that was just a placeholder because now a vote is coming before you so that applicants who are within 6,000 feet, which is semantics for 1.136 miles, stating that they don't even have to touch the urban service district. And then you'll vote on a land use for a developer who one LPA member insisted he knows best because his family has been here longer, and one who voted yes because he felt quote-unquote sorry for the developer because he hasn't made any money on the project, even though it wasn't purchased until this last March. So what will you do? You could vote no to the text amendment, to the land use change, to any of this. If you insist on invoking the names of previous community leaders like Nat Reed, then honor your alleged friendships and his legacy. If you say that you have concerns, then ask for a better text amendment and applications in line with what's allowed, where residents who you say aren't experts aren't the ones pointing out the blatant deficiencies and discrepancies. You say you care about this community and the Martin County difference, then uphold your statements that you made when you were running for election that you believed in the comprehensive plan. In the meantime, the only Martin County difference that we feel for those of us shouldering the burden financially and emotionally for your decisions is you ignore us in favor of those who don't even live here. Logic and sustainability have been replaced by intentionally ambiguous wording and your justification of quote unquote, it could be worse. As a Martin County resident and voter, I'm not sure how being ignored while being billed year after year for an ever-increasing tax bill to support whatever this is could possibly be worse. Please do better.
Thank you very much. Our next request to speak for is Ms. Sharon McGinnis. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. And I am also talking about CP 2206. When I was reviewing the application by the developer and your staff response to that, I was discouraged to understand that the St. Lucie Basin Management Action Plan is it being considered? I mean, we have dedicated ourselves to be stewards of the waterway, and yet that area out there right next to the canal, with golf courses and everything else is not going to have the ability to filter their wastewater if they're not connected to city utilities. This growth that is allowed to daisy chain itself from one rural lifestyle to another rural lifestyle, how is Martin County going to say that they can protect our water supply from our aquifer and the wastewater that is going into our community if we're allowing these rural lifestyles not to be hooked up to our city water and sewer? How are you going to maintain the aquifer and know how much is in there, saltwater intrusion? How are you going to plan for 2030, 2040? You know, each and every time you add one of these developments out there and you allow them to be independent of our sewer and water, and at some point, are you going to come back to us next year and say that these rural lifestyles are now considered part of our urban service boundary? I mean, where are we going to stop? We have to protect what we have. And in closing, the amount of money that these people, the taxes that they generate, they're saying they're going to generate a lot. I would think that you would try to consider that when some of the tax dollars that they have, these developers, they need to commit to taking some of that tax dollars and not just conserving more land, but coming into our rural area and revitalizing neighborhoods that could be better and attract low-income families and families to live here by fixing up these things or investing in vacant lots in areas that most people won't buy into because the neighborhood's on a decline, and revitalize those neighborhoods. You know, we have vacant lots and we have decrepit housing in our urban service boundary. Why don't you ask them to fix that so that more people can live within our urban service district and not have to feel like they have to go out for that sprawl? So please vote no at this point and bring more information to the community and how we're going to protect it. And I would really like to see that these communities hook up to our utilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next request to speak form is Mary Straczynski. Ma'am, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, staff, morning. My name is Mary Straczynski. Please reject the proposed Colusa Creek Ranch amendments to our comprehensive growth management plan. We are stunned and appalled that you would even consider eliminating the requirement that land designated for the rural lifestyle be adjacent to an urban service boundary. The proposed amendments will allow parcels of 3,000 plus acres to be designated for rural lifestyle use if an urban service boundary is within 6,000 feet. The Colusa Creek Ranch amendment takes rural lifestyle more than a mile, I'm so upset about this, a mile outside the urban service district into farmlands, wetlands, and cattle grazing land in western Martin County. Excuse me. This is short. This will change our comp plan and development patterns forever. You gave us your word, for all of us, all that time. You gave us your word that the rural lifestyle would be upheld and that projects like this would not be permitted. Please don't disappoint us by cutting off the head of our comp plan after its feet, legs, and torso have already been amputated. If the demise of Martin County is what you wish to be the legacy of this commission, you will be successful if you vote no on CPA 22-06 and CPA 23-012. Sorry. Just say no.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Ms. Dottie Lancy. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dottie Lancy from Hutchinson Island, and it's good to be here with you again. I wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas this morning, and hope that you have a really nice holiday season, as I'm going to have with my family. So enjoy it with your family and your friends. And that being said, I have another reason for coming here today, too, and that is to express my opposition to the amendments that you are considering this morning for the comp plan. I hope you will give your constituents, are you hearing me? Oh. I hope you will give your constituents a memorable Christmas gift today. I hope you will give us the gift of voting no for these amendments that are coming forward. Most of us are hoping, and we're actually praying, that you will listen to what the voters want. In your heart of hearts, you know what the voters want here. They do not want their comp plan destroyed. And the last time I was up here, and I spoke about this very issue of the rural lifestyle, you promised us that you would look into it. We know that eventually we're going to have to decide on what to do with all this land that we have preserved all these years out there in the western part of the county. We know that. And we want you to see that, do your duty and see what options that we have out there. We don't want you to be directed by the developers, and that's what's happened. You voted in this rural lifestyle amendment, and now you're letting the developers decide what to do out there, and they are deciding to develop it any way that they see fit. So anyway, I'm here to ask you to please accept your duty and your responsibility. We voted you in, we elected you, and every one of you campaign on preservation of our lifestyle here in Martin County. That's why we're here. You live here, you know it, we all enjoy it, and we love it, and we want to keep it. So just do your duty. Vote no today, and then decide on what we want to do with the western lands out there. And be assured that that the voters here are going to really appreciate it if you do consider our wishes and your legacy and vote in your hearts what you know is the right thing to do. Please do the right thing today and vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak for him is Miss Virginia Sherlock. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Virginia Sherlock. I live in Stewart. I'm here to ask you to please do not transmit the proposed comp plan amendment submitted on behalf of Colusa Creek Ranch. The rural lifestyle land use designation was created only last year, and a developer is already attempting to change it to extend suburban development farther into our agricultural lands. There has been no good reason cited to expand the land use designation that has proven to be extremely unpopular as written. LPA members who voted to recommend approval said a property owner should be able to make as much money as possible on land, and it will likely be more profitable to build high-end homes and operate golf courses and docking facilities than to farm the land. But that's not the test that you should apply, Commissioners. The applicant in this case is not asking for a minor tweak in land use regulations that govern his property. The applicant is asking you to apply new regulations to make a significant change in those regulations that will weaken our urban services boundaries and adversely affect critical aspects of our comp plan for all citizens of Martin County. No changes should be made to the rural lifestyle land use designation without adequate and credible data and analysis. Please don't tell us you must approve these amendments to generate more taxes. You're raising our taxes, not decreasing them, despite approving virtually every development that comes before you. Please don't tell us that Colusa Creek Ranch will decrease traffic on Canner Highway and Bridge Road. We're not traffic engineers, Commissioners, but we're not stupid. And please don't tell us this is only a transmittal vote, not a vote to adopt. We know that virtually every amendment you vote to transmit, you later vote to adopt. Now is the time. Reject these applications now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak for him is Mr. Rick Hartman. Good morning, sir.
Merry Christmas to you, and thanks for allowing me to speak. I had notes here, but after listening to people, I thought I was in a different place. Every time I've come to one of these, we talk about the environment, preserving the environment, less density, protect wetlands. I hear that, but I didn't hear that from anybody yet. So you got an applicant, I'm a realtor and a rancher, and I have no tie to this property except 50 years ago, I worked on that ranch for about 6 or 7 years. So do I like building homes on it? No, I hate it. I think it's horrible. But going back to where I started, we got an applicant that's less density. The wetlands have been identified. They're going to be protected. What the applicant could do is build 20-acre ranchettes. And in a 20-acre ranchette, wetlands are allowed to be part of that lot. So you could have 200 lots out there managing the wetlands by themselves, which means they could mow them, they could burn them with no oversight. And that's part of the deal. So you got an opportunity to say, okay, these wetlands are identified. The PUD is going to make the applicant maintain them. And we always talk about viewscapes. Well, my understanding is there's going to be 1,000 acres along Highway 76, and that's going to be pasture. So your viewscape is not going to change. So your alternative is turn him down, let him sit 10 years, 15 years, and you're going to have another Harmony coming to beat on your doors. Because 15 years ago, we could have had half a Harmony in conservation and no issues. But we turned him down, and now he's going to be back, and we're not going to get the free land. So this is an opportunity to do some planning, reduce the number of units that are going to be on it, and protect some environment. So please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak for is Ms. Carol Ann Leonard.
Carol Ann Leonard.
Yes, ma'am. That's you. Would you like to have a microphone and stay in your seat, or are you okay coming up to the front?
No, I better come up to the podium.
Okay.
So I can manage my.
Let me give you your options. Good morning.
Good morning. My glasses just broke. Let's see if I can read it. We suspected the county and developers were going to try and change the rural lifestyle amendment. Now they are with the Colusa Creek Ranch project. Please don't pass PH2, agenda item 24-0317, CPA 22-06. I don't want expansion of the rural lifestyle. We don't need to change the text of the rural lifestyle to allow 3,000 acres to be 6,000 feet from a principal urban service boundary or freestanding urban service boundary. Stop trying to overdevelop our agricultural and open lands. People have spoken numerous times that they're opposed to this. At the public speaking section at the Blake Library, many said they are opposed to overdevelopment, increased traffic, and more. You asked us to fill out the EAR survey. The owners knew the type of land they were buying. They no doubt worked hard to make their farms work. If they need to find new crops or do environmentally sound cattle raising, which is possible, then they should be able to. Perhaps either grants or a county program to help them change over would be beneficial. In my opinion, the landowners are being enticed by developers of mega mansions, golf courses, golf cottages, and more. The developers seem to think they can sell for big prices so they can pay the landowners large amounts of money and make a big profit for themselves. In the past, some county commissioners expected to get mega taxes from mega mansion owners with few county expenses. The same statement was made about Colusa Creek Ranch taxes. There's no guarantee on taxes. There will be county expenses, road expansion, the county possibly having to pay for the expansion of the sheriff, fire, rescue ambulances, and schools. I would support a percentage of taxes from current rural lifestyle projects to buy environmentally sensitive and conservation land. Don't add new areas to do this. Colusa Creek Ranch adds residential multi-slip docking facilities to access the St. Lucie Canal. This could lead to the leaking of gas and oil into the waterway, boat owners not using the free Martin County sewage pump-out service. Please don't pass Agenda PH3, Agenda Item 240318, CPA 23-12. This item will allow 3,902.64 acres to change from agricultural to rural lifestyle, allowing up to 20 units per acre. One county report states it's possible for 195 single-family homes to be built on these acres. Colusa Creek Ranch is outside the USD. The county states that Martin County Utilities will have to evaluate if they can serve it. Developers may have to do well sites, transmission, and treatment plant components. They say if the extension of the wastewater utility service is too costly for the regional utility or the applicant does not want to connect to sanitary sewer lines, then enhanced nutrient-reducing sewage treatment and disposal plants may be needed. We don't need future 3,000-acre developments to possibly build such things. They're also questionable in construction. Traffic is a huge issue.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you so much. Our next request to speak for him is Mr. Sam Hay. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Sam Hay. I live in Port Salerno. Since 1982, Martin County has had in place a comprehensive growth management plan. The comp plan was intended to protect the environment and our quality of life, and it has been largely responsible for protecting us from the horrors of overdevelopment which have despoiled so much of South Florida. Yet in recent years, our county commission has steadily voted to chip away at these protections. Only last year did you commissioners approve the euphemistically named Rural Lifestyle Amendment, which many warned would open the floodgates to further urban sprawl and environmental degradation. Nor did it escape notice that the vote was shamelessly scheduled after elections to evade losing votes from an irate public. It was suggested at the time you approved Rural Lifestyle that this would be the last attack to weaken the comp plan, at least for a respectable interval. But as many of us expected, it didn't take long at all, just over a year. Now you have before you two more amendments which would further weaken the comp plan, and that's why this thing looks like it reeks of a done deal. When you originally approved Rural Lifestyle, were the plans already afoot to greatly expand it for Colusa Ranch and other exploitative projects we haven't even heard of yet? We know from Chip Barney's letter to the newspaper that the developers acquired the land about 3 years ago, even though the property was not eligible at that time for the kind of development they had in mind. Both the proposals before you today were clearly written specifically for Colusa Ranch. I can't help getting the distinct impression that the public has been deliberately misled all along. Both amendments would inevitably lead to more traffic congestion, natural habitat loss, increased levels of crime, and higher taxes. Does anyone still believe that development pays for itself? For the past several years, we've seen development absolutely booming, but our taxes continue to rise year after year. I urge you to reject both proposed amendments today. Approval would poke such a huge hole in the comp plan as to render it practically meaningless. Please don't allow our beautiful Martin County to be further blighted by the overdevelopment which has already resulted in constant congestion on our streets and roads. Please don't place the profit motives of the few above the long-term interests of us all. Please preserve our quality of life in what remains of the Martin County difference. Please protect our county's natural heritage for future generations. As our elected commissioners, you have a duty of stewardship to our county. A vote to approve these amendments would be a betrayal of the public trust.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak for him is Ms. Candy New. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Candy New. I am a resident of Palm City. For the record, I wanted to read my letter I submitted on November 30th. My family first moved to Martin County in 1924. In fact, my grandfather would sail across the St. Lucie River to the farms in Palm City where he worked as a sharecropper. As a third-generation resident, I have seen my fair share of change over the course of my lifetime, and I spend a good bit of my time working to preserve our natural trails. I fully believe the Colusa Creek project promotes smart growth in Martin County and should receive your support. With 91% open space and more than 1,200 acres of bona fide agriculture, this project safeguards the natural landscape we all know and love. As we face new development projects here in Martin County, I suggest we support projects like these that aim to preserve and promote the natural environment opposed to replacing it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Mr. Tom Pine. Good morning.
My name's Tom Pine. I live in Jensen Beach, presently live in Jensen Beach. I've been a resident of Martin County for over 50 years. Another typical county commission meeting today where our county commissioners will use the consent agenda to hide from the taxpayers of Martin County exactly where our tax dollars are being spent. Today's consent agenda total is $16,687,514.82 spent between November 7th and November 19th, 2023, without identifying the payees or the purpose of the payments. At the last county commission meeting, there was a sweetheart deal for FP&L that was hidden in the consent agenda and pulled by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners because of the controversy it created. Our Martin County government is in a race to the bottom to give FP&L a 60% discount on their tangible personal property tax because of the way our state government has set up the way corporations pay their tangible personal property taxes. The next time this contract comes up for renewal and another county offers to charge FP&L only 35% instead of the 40% we'd charge them this time, will we then drop our bid to 30% and claim it's a great deal for the taxpayers of Martin County again? At one point, the chairman of the board proclaimed that Martin County and FP&L have a real good relationship. Is that why the commissioner from Hobe Sound is having so much trouble getting FP&L to install streetlights out west on Bridge Road, where it's as dark as death at night because of FP&L? Today, I feel we are here to watch the Martin County Chamber of Commerce-backed county commissioners vote once again to destroy the Martin County difference by increasing the area of the rural lifestyle. Why, you ask? Because the Martin County Chamber of Commerce, views money as the only way to value quality of life, while many Martin County residents view the quality of life through a different lens, such as, first and foremost, preserving our county growth management plan. Today, this county commission will pick a new chairperson to lead this commission for the next year. And one county commissioner that will not be chosen is the commissioner from District 4, because she is the only Martin County commissioner that is not endorsed by the Martin County Chamber of Commerce. This is what happens when voter turnout stays below 50%. What you permit, you promote. What you allow, you encourage. What you condone, you own. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak form is Mr. Joe Flanagan.
I was going to go on the agenda item, not general.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next request to speak is Ms. Joan Bausch. Good morning.
All right, I'm Joan Bausch from Stewart. I haven't spoken at a commission meeting in quite a long time. My main concern this morning is breaking the urban boundary. With the wannabe amendments that pretend to be rural enhancements, we need to understand the implications of breaking that boundary. Please vote no on the changes that create sprawl and the problems that come with it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Miss Jenny Yingling. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I live and work in Martin County and have raised my children here. When I learned about the ranch project, I reached out to their team to learn more and get project details. From what I learned, I feel like there are several attributes to this project that are good for Martin County. The ranch is going to keep more than 3,500 acres in open space, and 1,200 of those acres will be active cattle ranch. The project is reducing density to more than 175 homes, as you've heard many say earlier today. Meanwhile, the 660 acres of wetlands, which we all know how important that is, are going to be preserved and protected, which will help improve the natural environment. Lastly, the analysis projects and it is a projection, I'm a banker, I know all about projections, are $336 million in positive fiscal impacts for Martin County over the next 30 years. This will be a win for Martin County in positive fiscal impacts for us. And as a taxpayer since 1980 in this county, I appreciate your thoughtful consideration for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Mr. Jeff Whitman. Mr. Whitman, I'll hold his card. Our next request to speak form is Jeannie Longton? Or Janine Longton? Oh. Ma'am, please remove your hat before you come forward. We don't allow props, for or against. Okay, I appreciate that. Please do not, we don't allow that. If you were for it or against it, we don't allow that. Welcome.
I have learned that evil does not care if it's called out. In fact, it seems to relish it. So I'm going to call out the good. Sarah Hurd, thank
You're
you.
not allowed to address us individually. Please speak to us as a collective group. That's for everybody.
District 4,
That's not what I meant.
thank you. The only one trying to keep Martin County what the people want it to be. As I walk around town, I talk to people, no one is happy with the majority of this commission and their votes. No one is happy with the traffic, having to watch fire rescue, trying to navigate its way through some of these intersections makes me want to cry. There are dead animals on the road all the time now because of all the construction that you all are allowing. When I speak with people, no one is happy, and I am letting them know that there is only one person on this commission that is trying to do the right thing. Again, I thank a single commissioner on this commission.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Our next request to speak form is Mr. David Hafner. Mr. Hafner, good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is David Hafner. I am a passionate advocate for agriculture, and I've been before you guys many times to seek your assistance in agricultural issues, and I appreciate what you have given in the past. I'm here today to talk about the Ranch PUD. When I drive around, and I love looking at agricultural lands. I love to see cattle grazing. I love green rose rising. I love citrus blooming. I don't want to see more development, but I also understand that to preserve our green spaces and agricultural spaces, we have to sometimes be creative in the things that we do. And I think that the ranch could be one of those projects. I think it is one of those projects. I really like about this project, I really like that they will build fewer homes on it than what they currently could build if it were to be developed today. And I appreciate that those homes will be put on sewer instead of septic, which is better for the environment. I appreciate that 1,200 acres will be put into agricultural easement as a cattle ranch. And that 1,200 acres, in addition to the rest of the green space in this project, will be used for water capture and recharge and habitat for native wildlife. And I appreciate that when the project's done, we'll still see green spaces and cattle grazing from the road. If we're going to see growth, let's make sure it's smart growth, and I really do believe that this project is smart growth. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Our next request to speak form is Gail Ladd. Gail Ladd. Good morning.
Hi, Hi, my name is Gail Ladd. I'm from Jupiter, but I am on the committee of the Ex-Common Conservation Committee of the Sierra Club, which represents Martin County, St. Lucie County, Okeechobee County, and Palm Beach County. I'm here to ask you to oppose the comp plan amendment and the rural lifestyle change to the comp plan. There are many infrastructure issues that I hope you're really looking at carefully. Water issues, as always. This rural lifestyle is a misnomer. It's obvious that this amendment is, if it's approved, the financial benefit of a few will adversely impact the quality of life of many, and it will encourage more development. Just a little while ago, last year, you approved this land use designation, and developers could develop tracts of 1,000 acres or larger adjacent to the urban boundary. But it seemed like the way to limit the number of opportunities developers would have to build housing subdivisions in what have been historically agriculture areas in the western part of the county. But that has not even been evaluated long enough, and this is already being asked to be changed. So I would ask that you would please oppose both of these amendments. Developers will continue to line up. There will be no end until there is no more true rural land left. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Jeff Whitman. Mr. Whitman? Getting out. Mr. Whitman, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you. Jeff Whitman, Hope Sound. Most people don't realize how many threatened and endangered species reside in Martin County. A black bear was spotted on 138th Street, manatees, gopher tortoises, a cinema tetramera, thank you, Commissioner, and the Florida panther. Yes, Martin County still has Florida panthers, and I have seen 3. Once you see one, you will never forget it. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not here. My brother-in-law was a wildlife officer here for 30 years and never saw one. A male Florida panther's range is 50 square miles or more, and they are coming into Hope Sound. A male panther was hit by a car and killed at the north gate of the Corbett area and the Beeline. A wildlife corridor is needed to connect all the natural areas, Dupree, Corbett area, Allapattah, Atlantic Ridge, Jonathan Dickinson, Sea Branch, and others. The Rural Lifestyle Amendment has already caused thousands of acres that were going to be bought for SERP to be canceled because the owners can get more money from developers. The text amendment and the future land use amendment, if they are passed, will make it even harder to preserve panther and other wildlife habitat. The way the Rural Lifestyle Amendment is unfolding, there will soon be 4-story hotels and gas stations at I-95 and Bridge Road. This is not what the people of Hope Sound and Martin County want. Are you going to vote for the developers and their donors? Or are you going to vote for the people of Hope Sound and Martin County? I hope it is the latter. I fear it is the former. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak form is Tom D'Alessandro. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tom D'Alessandro. I am here to support the ranch project, the Colusa Ranch project, and all projects that are west of I-95. My family's been here for 4 generations now, and we have watched the western communities get overdeveloped, and to me, not a very smart way. They've never done anything about preserving our environment and keeping low-density homes. The Colusa Creek project in particular, very smartly have proposed to build this property out, preserving the environment, very few homes, golf courses, and I applaud you all in Martin County for doing this in all the western communities here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak form is Miss Linda Smith. Good morning.
Good morning. Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida. And you might ask, so why am I speaking before you? I'm the current Executive Committee Chair for the Sierra Club Loxahatchee Group, and I do represent Martin County residents. PH2, the Colusa Creek Ranch text amendment sets a precedent, which is immediately being followed by PH3, the ranch, and who knows how many others. The Colusa Creek owner probably should have bought land adjacent to the urban corridor. What a concept, play by the rules. The rural lifestyles was not popular with the public in the past, as you may recall, but unfortunately we lost that battle. I understand that. But that wasn't bad enough. Developers want even more. And these are questions, I've read through the information that was online. Where is the Martin County School District capacity analysis? Where is the in-depth environmental analysis? Where is the traffic analysis? Where is the utilities report and potable water analysis? This is just for the transmittal, you say, but once you get these reports, it will be too late. Why should the commission and why should individual citizens make it easier for developers to build large developments? So I guess bigger is better. But who is it better for? If it was profitable for the owner of this project to build these ranchettes, which everyone has been mentioning, they would have done it without coming through this process. It's not that profitable, so they're not going to do it. But if you let them do this, that's going to be more profitable for them, and it will get developed. There are numerous economic studies indicating that developments do not pay for the necessary infrastructure improvements through taxes or the fees. Developments all cost existing residents and future residents more in the future in taxes, more firefighters, more police. And do we really need more services for the rich? Yes, this will spur development. What we need is more restaurants, I guess, and more bars and more nightclubs and more things for people with a lot of money to do. I think there's enough, and I think the people that own the current restaurants really don't want, all that development outside the area. Rural lifestyles has nothing to do with rural or quality of lifestyles. These amendments are sprawl, pure and simple. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next request to speak form is Mr. Ron Rose. Ron Rose. I'll put his card aside. Mr. Jim Moyer. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Scott Fay. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Scott Fay, Hope Sound. Nice to see you all. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say, as people have stood here today and accused this commission of doing all kinds of bad things for Martin County, I think about all five of you probably care as much about Martin County as anybody here because you've proven that with your service. So I thank you. I really do believe you have our best interests at heart. And I think every one of us would like to think we're the center of the picture, but it's the whole community. And as you look at all these things, I would just ask for one thing, that we don't use exceptions, we use amendments. And the comp plan is great, but it was written in 1982. Nothing has stayed the same since 1982. And every one of us in this room lives someplace that was at one time ag, at one time was rural, at one time was used for something else. Hope Sound was pineapple farms, all up and down Gomez Avenue. And if people had stopped growth at that point, I wouldn't get to live where I live. But see, I'm happy because I get to live there, but I don't want somebody else to have the same freedoms I have. I have 6 kids. I have several employees that have a very difficult time finding affordable housing. I've sat on housing commissions. I've sat on the BDB. I'm not the big deal here. I'm just saying I've heard both sides of the issue, and I would just ask you to continue to do good policy. But let's not make exceptions. Exceptions, there's no end to where exceptions can go. So if we need to change things to make it for a healthier community, change with amendments, but keep us on a good track for the big picture. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you, sir. Our next request to speak for him is Mr. Bruce Montefusco. At the time of the item? Thank you, sir. How about Mr. Larry Mueller? Let's see. Larry Mueller. Getting down to the end of the stack, believe it or not. If you are interested, I'm sorry?
I'm going to speak when the agenda item.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Mr. Greg Braun.
I'm also speaking for the agenda item.
Thank you. Is that the same for Mr. Brian Schwain? Brian Schwain? Would you like to speak?
Also going to speak on the agenda item.
Thank you. How about Diane Healton? Pretty sure what you're looking to speak about is not about what we've heard thus far. Good morning and welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Hilton. I guess some of you might remember me from the Bible Reading Marathon. It went wonderful again this year, and the Lord just led me to come here today, and I really did not know what all you were talking about, but actually this past weekend I've been horse riding, and I heard somebody talking about horses. I love horses, and I'm sure some of you do. But I do want to thank you for this, the proclamation, you and the county and the city, and the Lord spoke to me several times at the Bible Marathon about things, and I'm just going to mention a couple things, but first thing I want to mention, because I've been listening to this meeting, and I love Martin County. I lived here, my husband and I, who is now with the Lord, and I came down for the Bible Marathon. I've been here since the beginning of November, and I'm being blessed to be in Martin County. I love this place, and I went to the city commissioner meeting, and I love Martin County, and I know you all love Martin County as well. But I want to read this one thing here. It says here in Proverbs 4:7, it says, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all getting, get understanding." So I think that the Lord will give you wisdom on all the decisions that you make, and that He has, and that this is probably the most wonderful county in the whole United States. And I said the very same thing at the city commissioners. I love this place. My heart is still here in Martin County. I do live in Jacksonville with my daughter, and but I would come back here in a flash. I love the Martin County. And the one thing that I want to mention too, which I did mention at the city commission, I haven't heard you mention here, but I had a word for them that the unity of the city and the county would come together, not just holding hands, but connecting with arm to arm as you make agreements with the things that happen, because I know it affects the city people and also the county and the Treasure Coast, this whole area. You're a representative for the nation, I believe, because this is a wonderful place to be, and people who are here are blessed to be here. But what I'm going to say has something to do with the train, because in 2014, I had a vision while I was standing at the Bible Marathon facing the band shell, and I heard the train whistle come by, and I heard the Lord say to me, you may think I'm foolish, but the glory train. And I said, wow, Glory Train? I says, that sounds pretty good. And you hear the train go by all the time. If I lived here in Stewart, I would come down and live downtown where I could hear the train all the time. And I thought, well, that's just going to be, that means a wonderful thing that people, the glory of the Lord is here, and people that love the Lord are here, and there's good change here, and this is a blessed place. I know I'm going to speak. But one other thing I saw, which I mentioned at the city, was I saw you all coming together, and I saw, actually, after I heard the word Glory Train, I heard the Lord say, there'll be a station right over there. And at that time when I said this many years ago,
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, your time is up.
I really feel there should be a train station in Martin County.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brandon Tucker, I see yours says 24-0317. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to wait for the item? Thank you, sir. Ron Rose, our last one. Then, if anyone else is looking to address us during general public comment, meaning something, I got yours, something that we're going to hear later that you can't stay for. Mr. Bausch, would you like to come forward now? You can fill out a form afterwards, sir. Good morning.
Morning. I'm going to talk about insurance.
Okay.
You're going to get your insurance bills.
Speak into the mic, sir.
You should get your insurance bills within the next couple of months, maybe sooner. Anywhere from 50 to 100% increase. Where can we go to get relief? We have to go to government. Insurance companies are not going to, you deal
Try to
with it.
speak right into the mic, sir.
Insurance companies are not going to help us. Our Assemblyman, is that your official title, Toby, Assemblyman?
State rep.
You
Speak into
have
the mic, otherwise no one can hear what
Okay.
you're saying.
You have to talk to the legislature to get some kind of legislation where we get more insurance companies so we have competition. Citizens is the last resort, and their premiums are just escalating. One of the things that growth has created, at least it would seem, in this area, is more expensive housing. So when I first moved here in the late 90s, cost of replacement per square foot was around $200. I'm sorry, $2,000. No, it's 5 times that. And insurance is based on the replacement costs. So therefore, insurance goes up, and I think it's going to really impact the growth of Florida. And another thing that was really interesting, Palm Beach County, for all the growth and all their tax revenue, they don't have enough money now to run the county. Their projects that were started in 3, 4, 5 years ago, which has a 10-year life cycle in terms of building, they don't have enough money to finish these projects. And they either stop them or delay them or cancel them. And I fear that this could happen here. When we can't look at 2 years or 3 years down the road, we've got to look at 10, 15 years down the road for some of these county projects and be able to fund them. So please, he's here. Maybe you can talk to him later today and see if the legislature can do anything to help us with the insurance, because I think it's going to kill growth.
Thank you, sir,
Your
very
time
much.
is up. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our last request to speak for him is Mr. Terry Gibson. Are you looking, 1 second, Mr. Gibson, we'll take Ms. Scott first. Are you looking to come forward? Ladies first.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ann Scott. I've been sitting here watching this, and most of you are doing a pretty good job of looking like you're paying attention. But I keep seeing these little conversation bubbles appearing above your heads that say, yada, yada, yada. But we're paying attention. You're going to vote today. We're going to vote in August.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gibson, welcome.
Good morning, y'all. I plan to test to speak at the hearing, but I really have to go to Tallahassee. Hopefully, we'll get done enough for me to come up twice. But anyway, my name's Terry Gibson. I live in Jensen Beach. For those of you who know me, I'm a professional conservationist and a professional hunter and fisherman. I've worked on everything from ending and preventing overfishing to, Don may remember some sporty battles over beach management that we resulted in much better beach management reform, Everglades restoration, you name it. I've worked on it, climate change, you name it. I really try not to get in the middle of local stuff because I like to work on things that are big, like picture, federal and state level sort of things. But this particular project, the Colusa Creek Ranch project, caught my eye. I've worked on private conservation, which is the buzzword, I guess, now, all over this country, where there's mixed use on lands that protect wildlife habitats, wetlands, there might be an equestrian component or a golf course component. It's a very common practice, and it's a very effective one. And so the couple previous speakers ago mentioned wisdom, and what I would suggest to you all in terms of wisdom is to think about this: large, contiguous parcels of open space. I don't want to talk about the comp plan or the policy or the implementation, but large, contiguous areas of open space. That's how we're going to stop sprawl in Martin County, and it's going to be a mix of conservation easements, or it should be, a mix of conservation easements, the public lands we already have, and private landowners that are parceling land in small areas, hooking up to sewer and water so that we're not inundated with more sewage, and protecting wetlands and open space. That's what we need to do here. So I encourage you to continue on the process, which I admittedly don't understand very well, with this project, but it seems like it could be a model. And I've read every last word of the application and the EA, and I've talked to the landowners. Everything here seems above board to me. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else looking to speak to us before we move on from public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And with that, I was just going to do the reorg, and then during the break, they can reset the room. Okay. We'll start with commissioner comments then on this side. Thank you. We're going to do commissioner comments, and then we'll do our reorg. We have a 10:30 closed captioning break. I was thinking that after the reorg, we have a minute to change the seating around depending on how the votes go. We could do that at the same time of our closed captioning break and then come back for the items, if that works for my group. So I will start with Commissioner Hurd. Do you have any
I'm
comments?
set.
Thank you. Commissioner Jenkins.
I'm set.
Did you have a parade this
We
weekend?
had 3 parades. I enjoyed, since we're trying to kill time here for Mr. Smith to get back. It was amazing. The amount of people in the Stewart and Hope Sound Parade were off the chart. And it seemed like our community thoroughly enjoyed it. I know that I enjoyed it, and I've killed about as much time as I can, and I've got nothing.
It's a lot for you.
Yep.
Commissioner Hetherington.
I, too, enjoyed seeing so many of our local community members attend our Stewart and Hope Sound parades and Indian Town Parade as well. So, and I yield the rest of my time.
Fantastic. A future event. Palm City, we don't have a parade, but we have been working diligently for several years on the redesign and revitalization of Map Road. And a lot of major steps have taken place. One that's coming forward to completion very quickly is the patio at Palm City Place. It's a small community park located right on Map Road in between the fire station and Dr. Rex Santel's office. It will not be done for Palm City's Holiday Fest, which will take place tomorrow. Oh, that's the call coming in that I've been waiting for. Tomorrow evening from 6 to 8. We'll close Map Road for a short time. There'll be the local elementary schools. Choirs will sing, Santa will be there, there'll be local vendors. If you're interested, please come and enjoy that evening with us and the Palm City Chamber of Commerce that organizes it for us. I appreciate their efforts in Palm City on Map Road tomorrow evening. Commissioner Smith,
You're all set?
it was a lean comments.
As well, this evening in downtown Jensen, we have our Taste of Jensen, which is probably close to its 20th year, where our local restaurants in Jensen Beach participate in downtown, and it's a really fun night. A few years back, we added our Christmas tree lighting ceremony to the Taste of Jensen, so it's 6:15, right, Ron? 6:15 tonight? We will light the Christmas tree in downtown Jensen. Are we having Ube Latte this year again? Fantastic. So if you want to come out and get some festive cheer prior to Palm Cities,
Yes.
please do come. And if you did talk about Hope Sound in Indiantown, I didn't have a chance to get out to Indiantown this year, but I did get to Hope Sound's Christmas parade. Commissioner Jenkins, you and Hope Sound always throw one heck of a party. You have a phenomenal turnout of folks. Kudos to you and kudos to the community down there. It's always a really fun place to be, and people are fantastic. It just, if you've never been to the Hope Sound Christmas Parade, mark it on your calendar next year to see it, because it's really super, super exciting.
I want to give Lainey
Yeah.
Munich credit. She's our executive director of the Hope Sound Chamber and really is a superstar and did a wonderful job as usual.
And she was really overstressing when I got there.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that she's working incredibly hard to make sure that every single little detail came off perfect. And I'm guessing for the observers, no one ever noticed the difference, that things may or may not have gone perfectly. But from those of us who got to participate, it went off perfectly. Selene, agreed. Thank you very, very much, and the entire team down there.
The interesting thing to add stress to Ms. Munich's frantic organization of the event is she was completely swarmed by fire ants on her hands and feet and legs, and she still muscled through. So with that, we will now take our proclamation number 1, a reorganization of the Board of County Commissioners. With that, will bring Ms. Gordon forward to navigate us through the process. As one of the final strategies as chair, I would recommend to my colleagues that we do the election of chair and vice chair, and then potentially hold off the selection of committees and groups that we serve in, and we can do that later in the agenda, so the folks that are here for specific items don't have to sit through the back and forth of us picking.
You're so funny. One last grasp hold.
Just take it out of my cold.
Just in case.
With that in mind,
There might be a new chair.
I would assume that there will be a new chair. With that in mind, Ms. Gordon, you are recognized. to lead
Donna
the-
Gordon for administration, and we need a new or renew chair.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherington.
I would move that our vice chair, Commissioner Jenkins, move up to be the chair.
I would second that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Heatherington, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Glad you didn't oppose it.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes. With that in mind, do you want to do?
Oh, you better do it now, because
Yes, that's right, because we don't know where the chairs will go. I'll entertain a motion for vice chair.
I'll move Stacy.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Jenkins, that Commissioner Heatherington become the vice chair. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. With that, we can take a 10-minute break for closed captioning. I would just say in closing that I very much appreciated my time as chair, and who I'd like to thank is our staff that doesn't normally get the thanks. 1 is Donna Gordon, 2 is Layla from the clerk's office, Martha Ann and Laura, who read the proclamations, and our gentlemen that work in MCTV. They smoothly make all of these details with the commission work out well, and that is my thanks. Commissioner Smith.
As well, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you for your year. You do a remarkable job leading the meetings, and I think there's been a lot of special things you've done during the course of the year, especially with your veterans that have come forward that have been absolutely fantastic. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Second that one.
We'll take a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
You're on.
Are we on?
You're on.
Yes.
Okay. If we could take our seats so we can get this party started. So first of all, I want to thank my fellow board members for the confidence of making me chair again, which is interesting since my last tenure as chair was during 2020, and we all know what happened in 2020. So I would deeply appreciate not doing that again. Yes.
We don't blame you for your chairmanship for the pandemic.
And, and keeping the controversy to a minimum would be a wonderful thing also.
That we can't
Yeah.
guarantee.
So anyway, we are going to postpone our committee assignments with our reorg until an appropriate time. We've got a lot of people in the room that are here for a specific reason. We're also going to postpone our community redevelopment agency board member appointments. That's Donna, until later. We are going to take up, because we do have one speaker that would like to talk about public hearing number 1, and I would like to introduce that item now, which is public hearing to adopt notice of intent resolution required by section 197.3632 Florida statutes for special assessments. And David Duncan, which I don't know, and Sam Amerson are going to do it, and you're neither. So welcome, Mr. Keithley.
Thank you much. For the record, Phil Keithley, Chief Project Manager for the Utilities and Solid Waste Department. This is a public hearing to adopt a non-binding resolution declaring the board's intent to use the uniform method of collection for non-ad valorem assessments for a proposed series of special assessments that may be imposed within certain municipal service benefit units to be established for road paving, ancillary drainage, dredging services, stormwater services and facilities, and water and/or wastewater projects. Section 197.3632 Florida statutes requires that the county hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution of intent to use the uniform method of collection for any assessment program in the calendar year prior to any such collection. The resolution, which does not obligate the county either to use the uniform method of collection or to impose any one special assessment, must be adopted by January 1, 2024, and sent to the tax collector, the property appraiser, and the Department of Revenue by January 10th, 2024. Additionally, Section 197.3632 requires that notice of public hearing to adopt the resolution of intent be published for 4 consecutive weeks immediately preceding the date of the hearing. The notice of intent was properly advertised, and the affidavit of publication of the notice of intent will be part of the resolution. The notice of intent allows the county to meet its statutory notice requirements necessary to use the uniform collection method. The resolution to be adopted today is non-binding, and the board may reduce the geographic areas covered by any future assessment or decide not to impose any special assessments at a later date. By adopting the resolution, the board is simply preserving the right to use the uniform collection method beginning in November 2024 for projects implemented prior to such a date. Staff's recommendation is for the board to accept public comment and adopt the resolution of intent to use the uniform method of collection for non-ad valorem assessments. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions for staff? Nope. We have one speaker that would like to talk about this, is Michael Circus.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. Mike Circus, Palm City.
Coming to late last September, this board voted unanimously 5-0 for the establishment of the 2024 budget for Martin County, including a millage rate increase. Puts Martin County squarely in the top 3 of the most taxed residents out of 67 counties in the state of Florida. More than $630 million to finance the operation of government, or government operations for 160,000 residents, and that doesn't include school board taxes. To be very clear, I don't challenge one bit the need for some of these projects that are listed in the special assessments. I absolutely challenge the idea that we need a special assessment to finance basic governmental responsibilities. The very first action taken by this board after the establishment of the budget was a land acquisition that, after paying the financing, will cost nearly $900,000 an acre. There's also $200,000 subsidy inside our budget for a water park that is allegedly making money. And on top of that, there's also $0 being put aside for the operation of the golf arcade, as some people have called it, as well as the restaurant. Something that'll be brought up in January for a possible need to get a subsidy on the second half of the budget year. Our priorities are just absolutely lost, plain and simple. We have failing infrastructure. We have water issues. We have a need to repair our wastewater systems, provide water. We have dredging concerns. I don't challenge any of this one bit. I challenge the idea that we would tax Martin County residents the highest out of 67 counties in the state of Florida, that we would create the affordability crisis that we are creating by excessive taxation, overinflated home values, and inability to insure our homes because of how high they are valued. We have supplemental taxes added into our FPL bill. We have gas taxes that are absolutely capped out across the board. Martin County residents are giving you every penny we possibly can, and quite frankly, some of us are having to decide between a steak dinner and a hamburger dinner because we have property tax bills coming in April that would absolutely decimate most people. We have priorities, we have needs, we have issues in this county that need addressing. We need to stop throwing our money at legacy-building empires, as some people have done, and instead focus on what governmental responsibilities are. I know if I were in your seats, I would oppose a special assessment. There's no need for it. There's a need for prioritization. I sincerely hope you all agree.
Is there any, you want to respond? Okay. Commissioner Campy.
Just to set the record straight on the vote for the millage increase, I voted no, so it was not unanimous.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm going to move approval of this item, but I also, while Mr. Keithley and Mr. Emerson are in the room, I want to thank you. There was a major pipe break in Rocky Point in the neighborhood last Monday, and you repaired it in a very timely manner. It was repaired before 5 o'clock that day, and at the same time, you were struggling with a bigger pipe break on Hutchinson Island, where you had to dig a hole that was twice as big in order to repair. So I just wanted to thank you for your timely and efficient and professional response. It was appreciated. And you also didn't you inconvenienced as few people in Rocky Point as you could. So we are thankful.
And that was a motion?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor? Actually, I didn't ask for additional comments. Now vote.
That's you.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to public hearing number 2, legislative public hearing to consider transmittal of comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 22-06, Colusa Creek Ranch text amendment by Mr. Clyde Doolin.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Clyde Doolin. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Administrator. And as you said, this is a transmittal public hearing. This is one of 3 public hearings. The first one was held with the local planning agency on November 16. If this, and the third public hearing would be an adoption hearing at some point in the future, probably after the first of the year. At the local planning agency hearing, the LPA voted 3-2 to recommend approval of this proposed amendment. However, they also put a little additional addendum on their recommendation. They said if development uses 100 plumbing fixtures or more, it must connect to water and sewer. It doesn't have the option of using either septic or advanced wastewater treatment. It must connect to water and sewer if it has more than 100 plumbing fixtures. So As you said, this is an adoption public hearing. Transmittal public hearing. There is a supplemental memo. It has all the public comment that was received as of November 29, and there is also additional public comment that should be on the dais for each of you that we received through yesterday. So the changes proposed in this text amendment. This is not a site-specific text amendment. And on the screen, we have a map showing a buffer area around freestanding urban service districts and the primary urban service district. That's what this hatching that you see here is extending around this area. That represents 6,000 feet of distance from the primary urban service district or a freestanding urban service district. So moving into the text. Currently, the rural lifestyle future land use designation has two options. You have to have a minimum 1,000 acres, it has to be adjacent to the primary, the secondary, or freestanding. And the two options for development are 1 unit per 20 acres and less, in which case you don't have to do off-site preservation. And the other option is 1 unit per 20 acres or more, up to a maximum of 1 unit per 5, in which case you have to do off-site preservation of 1 acre for every 2 acres of rural lifestyle. The proposed text change that's here before you today for your consideration would be to also allow the rural lifestyle future land use designation on properties that are within 3,000 feet of either the primary urban service district or a freestanding urban service district. However, those properties would be limited to a density of 1 unit per 20 acres or less, which is the same density as the agricultural future land use designation throughout Martin County. And so that's what this text right here on the screen is talking about. The other item here in this bullet, on this item, paren 3, is that this option for rural lifestyle would also be prohibited around the primary urban service district that is Indiantown. And there's a reiteration here that it's a maximum of 1 unit per 20 acres. And all other standards of the comprehensive plan must be complied with. That's wetlands protection, upland habitat protection, everything else has to be complied with as part of any proposed text amendment here discussed here today. The minimum 70% open space remains a part of the rural lifestyle and would be applicable to any property of 3,000 acres or more within 6,000 feet of the primary urban service district. There's a text change here in paren 3 that's recommended by staff, which clarifies that the gross density, that the dormitory housing must follow the gross density of the PUD. That's just a minor wording change that wasn't asked for by the applicant. As you can see, there are very few other changes proposed in the text. We'll move on down to another change proposed. One change proposed here was recommended by staff so that the extension of utility services would be to properties with a rural lifestyle future land use designation as opposed to the planned unit development. We've realized that there is a potential you could have more than one rural lifestyle future land use property with a rural lifestyle future land use designation in proximity to each other. So it makes more sense to simply run one utility line to serve the two of them instead of two utility lines to serve them each individually. The other change here is another one offered by staff, and there's an extensive amount of data analysis attached to this staff report, a preliminary analysis of state statute. In this text right here in paren C, staff is recommending that where the extension of utility service is not cost feasible for the regional utility, or the applicant does not choose to connect, because there is that possibility, the applicant for a rural lifestyle will be required to use enhanced nutrient-reducing on-site sewage treatment and disposal systems. This is completely consistent with state statute, and it is a requirement of state statute for properties of 1 acre or less anywhere in a basin that's being monitored for water quality. An MSTU, and not an MSTU, but the word escapes me, but it is a basin that the DEP monitors for water quality. And it is a state statutory change that is, is a requirement for Martin County in the future, so that if you have 1 acre or less and you're in one of the basin management areas, you have to use either you have to use at least advanced wastewater treatment, or you have to use water and sewer. You're not allowed to use septic on 1 acre and smaller parcels. So it is definitely something that the state is pushing counties towards doing. And so we are making this suggested change to be completely consistent with state statute, and in fact, more than consistent with this, within the rural lifestyle future land use. Moving on to cover a couple more changes that are contained in this text. As you can see, there's very little strike or underline in the remainder here. The one more item I'll cover is the applicant requested to have residential multi-slip docking facilities added to the permitted uses in the PUD that would be associated with a rural lifestyle future land use designation. With that, Commissioners, I think I've covered the major pieces of text change that are in this. I'll reiterate this is a transmittal hearing. If the board votes to approve transmittal of this item, it'll go off to the state land planning agency and all of the surrounding jurisdictions, and everyone will have a chance to comment in a 30-day period, and then it would come back to you for adoption at a later date. And with that, I'll end staff presentation and be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, the applicant have a presentation.
Good morning. Tyson Waters on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for this opportunity to present this today. In addition to the project team, with us today is Chip Barney, whose family owned the property for 20 years, as well as Ken and Suzanne Bask, the current owners of the property. We appreciate staff's efforts and their work on this, and we agree with staff's recommendation as well as the LPA recommendation, and we hope that you move to transmit this to the state. Before I briefly talk about some of the elements of the amendment, I would like to ask Chip Barney to come up here to briefly go over his family's involvement with the property as well as how we ended up here today.
Good morning, Chip Barney. I live in Palm Beach Gardens, and our family owned the Colusa Creek Ranch for about 20 plus years. And during that time, we've had the property and working agriculture the whole time. We had cattle out there the entire time. We had a tree farm for, I don't remember how long, about 15 years or so. And I have a bamboo nursery still out there that's about 17 years old. A little bit of history with our ownership of the property. I believe it was back in 2010, we got a comprehensive plan amendment approved, and were granted the right to build 600 single-family homes out there in return for preserving a large swath of property that was going to be maintained by the state and used for rainwater retention. So they were going to have to fill in all the ditches, berm it up a little bit so that the rainwater stayed there and percolated into the ground. For various reasons, financial or priorities, the state basically walked away from that obligation. And so our family reverted back to the 20-acre ranchette zoning. We continued to farm the property for another 10 years or whatever, and eventually, about 3 or 4 years ago, our family decided, for various reasons, that it was time for us to sell the property. By that time, we really had a lot of feelings for the property because we had spent so much time there. I personally spent a lot of time out there. I've got a ton of memories, and we really thought that it was a special piece of property. And so when we went about trying to sell the property, we attempted to find a buyer who matched our values and had a vision for the property that was in line with ours. And we were successful in doing that. And Ken and Suzanne, their vision absolutely aligned with ours. And not to mention the fact that they had a history already doing this. So I think we met the right people at the right time. And the reason, so you might be saying, Chip, you sold the property. Why are you here? And it's true, we did. We sold the property. I don't own any of the property. I lease land out there for my nursery. And the reason that I'm here is because I absolutely believe in this project. I think it is a great project for this particular property, for all the reasons other people have mentioned, the extremely low density. I think it's important to remind people that we're talking about approximately 6 square miles of property. And, you know, to hear people use terms like unbridled growth and things like that and overdevelopment seems crazy to me, considering the size of the property and the scope of the project. But it's also going to have a tremendous amount of open space. I think it was 90+% open space. It's going to preserve what I consider the heart of the property, which is all the environments, the habitat and the wetlands, the forests, everything. So that's going to be protected, and I think that's a great thing. Additionally, they're going to continue to do agriculture, which obviously I support because I'm in agriculture. And I also think that, you know, the economic activity, economic development and activity surrounding this project will be way more than we could have ever have done with cows and trees out there. It's just, it's not even close. And also, I think that we just feel, the Barneys feel like this is just a higher and better use of the property. You know, other than, compared to when we owned the property, it was 1,000 cattle and me driving around in a swamp buggy drinking beer. That was the use of the property. And so I think that this is clearly a much better, higher use for that property. One other note that I will mention, just based on some comments I've heard, when we decided to sell the property, I was the person basically selling the property. I met with all the potential buyers. I toured them all around the property, and I heard all their stories and their visions for the property. And something that's worth noting is that there were no farmers trying to buy this property, none. They were all developers, all with different plans. So, you know, that's just the reality of the situation, just on our property and other properties. So I think it's just worth noting. But, you know, in short, we just think it's a great project. It's going to be great for that piece of property. It's going to be great for the county. And we think it'll be great for the state. So I hope you guys agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. So what does this amendment do? It's a very simple amendment. What we're doing is creating a new category of eligible properties. A property has to be 3,000 acres, so triple the size of what's currently required, and must be located within 6,000 feet of either the primary or freestanding service district. No increase in density. So right now, we're allowed 1 unit per 20 acres. That density, that gross density will remain. You'll see in a few weeks when we come back with our plan unit development and master site plan, we're actually at 1 unit per 22 acres at 175 units. And we're required to comply with all the other enhanced standards within the rural lifestyle land use designation. So what does this amendment do? It allows for residential development to occur on a smaller segment of the property, allowing more open space, allowing more preservation of environmentally sensitive lands, and a less intense development. It allows for water and sewer to be provided to the property. It eliminates potentially 195 septic tanks that could be spread across these 3,900 acres. It requires 70% open space. That's an increase of the 50% that's required under the agricultural land use. Again, when this project comes forward with the master site plan in a few weeks, you'll see we're actually around 91% open space. And under this lifestyle amendment, we're required to do a plan unit development agreement. So no longer can we do straight zoning, which is allowed in ag, but we've got to come back to you and demonstrate all those public benefits we typically have to do in a plan unit development, but we also have to satisfy all the requirements in this land use designation, all those enhanced public benefits that we're now obligated to demonstrate, one of which is we have to demonstrate an enhancement of water quality above and beyond what's required in the land development codes. It also will require that all the upland preserves and all the wetlands are taken outside of residential lots, which is allowed under the agricultural land use, and instead we put them in separate parcels covered under a preserve area management plan. So what does this amendment not do? It does not increase density. Density remains at a gross density of 1 unit per 20 acres. It does not expand the urban service district, and it does not result in urban sprawl. It does not increase traffic beyond what's already allowed under the agricultural land use. And it does not allow for any uses that are not currently allowed under the agricultural land use. And I think this is a very important fact that we need to acknowledge. We need to understand and appreciate that development can occur under the agricultural land use designation. Using this property, these 3,900 acres as an example, under the current land use, we can do up to 195 residential lots. We can do multiple golf courses. We can do clubhouse and amenities, and we can do golf cottages. And we can do all that by straight zoning. So as long as we meet your minimum requirements and your land development regulations, the project gets approved. What this new land use designation will require, again, that we come back to you with a plan unit development, so now the county's involved in the planning, in the efforts to provide more public benefits, better public benefits, make sure we appreciate the water quality, make sure we protect the environment. So all of those things will now come into play. What it also does, it eliminates the requirement to have up to 195 septic tanks to service those lots, to service the golf courses, the clubhouse, and those cottages. This misunderstanding or lack of understanding of what can happen under the agricultural land use is prevalent. I think you heard it this morning, a clear misunderstanding of what's allowed in agricultural land use. I would imagine you might hear some later, and I know you've received some earlier public comment with that same misunderstanding. I think one of the things I noticed was nothing was more evident than the letter you received from Thousand Friends of Florida that commented on this amendment, and they closed their letter with the following statement. Plans for Colusa Creek development would undermine the intent of legislation enacted earlier this year at the direction of Governor DeSantis to eliminate septic tanks connected to the Indian River Lagoon. That comment could not be farther from the truth. In reality, it's the complete opposite of what this amendment does. Today, again, we can develop this under the agricultural land use, but we're required to be on septic tanks. Under this amendment, under this land use designation, we now get rid of the septic tanks and we can connect to water and sewer. Or, as staff mentioned, in the governor's legislation, there's an enhanced nutrient system that we can also do. What this amendment is trying to do is in furtherance of that intent. We all agree water quality, protecting our environmentally sensitive lands are vital to the character of this community. And I think with that in mind, I'd like to ask our environmental consultant to come up, Toby Overdorf, to talk about some of the environmental benefits of this land use designation and this amendment.
Thank you, Tyson, and thank you, Commissioners, for having us here today. I want to talk a little bit about the environmental issues associated with this project. When you look at the project as a whole, and I think I've been over almost every inch of that place, the place is amazing. But there's some major problems right now with the parcel. There is exotic vegetation from one end to the other. It's choking out a lot of the wetland areas. It's choking out a lot of what we're seeing out there. This project and all the wetlands that have been delineated already by the Water Management District, right now, all of those wetlands are literally being choked out by the same exotic vegetation. Additionally, there is no management plan that's currently on that parcel. There will be a management plan that's under one entity. Right now, you could go in there and have 195 separate management plans throughout the entire parcel associated with those 20-acre ranchettes. Instead, you're going to have one entity that the county can make a call to and say, hey, this doesn't look right, or a state entity can make a call to and say, hey, this doesn't look right, and they're responsible for doing all the management. We had some folks talk earlier about, well, hey, let's just buy the land. Let's take that off the tax rolls and buy the land, and we'll manage it. You know, I've been over a lot of the land that has been purchased by the state or by the county or by the feds. It's filled with exotic vegetation. It's not functioning as it was intended. There are some areas that are managed very well, but that's unfortunately an exception to that. And that goes back to costing the taxpayer to manage all of those areas as well. This will not be a taxpayer-managed area whatsoever. Additionally, you look at, we talked a little bit about the septic, we talked about the sewer. This is taking all of those septic areas, potential septic areas, offline and putting them in sewer instead. It's a great expense that the proposed owner and the proposed developer is doing with this, as far as putting in all the piping systems, putting in that property. But they're embracing it. They're saying, we do not want those nutrients to go into our system by doing this. We've also had some talks from some different folks here also about how you manage and all of these various items that are going to be going into the golf course. And we're looking at pesticides, we're looking at herbicides, we're looking at fertilizer that's going in. The management associated with this is literally going to be top-notch. What we don't look at right now is what are the uses that are currently there. You heard the current owner talk about the landscape material that they're currently growing. Landscape material they're currently growing, which also has fertilizers, also deals with pesticides, also deals with those types of things. That's never been managed here, but that's an allowed use that's currently on the project. Also, when you look at this, you're not going to be applying more than what is needed on that parcel as well. You're looking at management plans that are very specific to grow certain things on that parcel, and you're not applying that across the entire area. Finally, when we look at the overall management of the parcel, you have a large amount of open space. You have areas that wildlife that cannot currently use it is going to be able to use in that area. You have water areas that are not being managed right now, but they will be in the long term. And finally, you have a tremendous area of buffers around these wetlands that frankly right now are not vegetated whatsoever, which is currently allowed, and there's nothing that's illegal about that. However, we're going to be restoring all those buffers and putting them into place so that we do have the county mandated buffers, state mandated buffers, and they're naturally vegetated. So I'm happy to take questions on it, but I proudly support this project and I look forward to working on it in the future. Thank you.
Smaller lots, better protection of the environment, enhanced water quality, 1,200 acres of ag land, 91% open space. This amendment allows, encourages, and mandates better, smarter planning. I would ask that you agree with your staff and the local planning agency, and you vote to transmit this to the state. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. Begin with Mr. Ron Rose. Oh, and you have PH3 on your, you want to,
Good morning. My name is Ron Rose. I'm the president and CEO of the Jensen Beach Chamber of Commerce. How are you all doing today? Good? For 73 years, the Jensen Beach Chamber of Commerce has been committed to helping our business community thrive and supporting projects, key projects that deliver widespread benefits across Martin County and will benefit our local business community. After careful review of the ranch, we feel that this would be a great addition to the quality of life of our area, based on what you just heard. Plus, it provides meaningful economic benefits. The ranch also focuses on open space and the appreciation of nature. We ask that you approve the ranch.
Okay, with that, Dana Marini, followed by Matthew Marini.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My father is actually Matthew Marini, and he had to go home because he wasn't feeling well. So I am a property owner in Martin County. We've had a small business that has been doing business in real estate in Martin County for the better part of 20 years. And I just think that this is an absolutely wonderful use of the land here. It is a project that is committed to conservation and protecting the environment, protecting wetlands, and also meeting the demand for residents in the county. We live in a desirable area. People want to move here. They need places to live. And this is a fantastic use of that. I just want to say, as somebody that has had family members that have been subject to the cost of converting their septic systems to sewer systems because of protecting the environment, it makes sense to have this amended pass so that you don't have to actually incur the cost there or the environmental ramifications of having septic systems on the property. And I'm so sorry, I am so nervous right now, so I appreciate you guys understanding this. But I really do hope you approve the amendment and move forward with this property, and thank you again for your time.
And you said Matthew is no longer here?
Well, he's not in the room.
It's not in the room. Okay. Well, yeah. You had to go there.
Welcome to a year of that.
Yeah, okay, we've got Mr. Joe Flanagan, followed by Mr. Jim Moyer.
Terrific Tuesday to everyone. Joe Flanagan, Martin County. I moved here in 1988 when Salerno Road was dirt. I've watched it grow, and it's become the place that provides with a lot more. Of course, back then, everybody wanted to push a button and say, I just moved to Paradise, but I don't want anybody else here. I sat on the LPA for 4 years, and I listened to so many people would come in, and the public would line up and say, please don't let them build here. Please don't let them build here. But when I looked at the address, I'm going like, 10 years ago, you were the people we said, don't build this. And moving on, this is a wonderful project. It is controlled. It is very much so, because I applaud the Barneys and having done their homework. I would love to say, please sell it to a farmer. That effort was made. The farmland, the citrus, things like that are not where they need to be. But this is a controlled group. The other thing is, okay, I would buy it and break it up into little pieces and put 10 acres of 4-story townhomes. And then this would be a whole different kind of discussion from there. Doing Mr. Doolin's math, which I applaud, it is no density increase. 1 unit per 20 acres, the whole thing, or you can put them all in a row. I support very much what this is, and it's a wonderful direction to go, because if you look between here and Lake Okeechobee or Indiantown, how much of that is just wide open out there? This is a controlled method to get there. There are some bumps in the road, and those will be worked out by our wonderful growth management staff and the decisions that you guys make moving forward. But I personally support this very much.
All right. Next up, Mr. Moyer, followed by Greg Braun.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. My name is Jim Moyer. I've been a resident of Martin County, Rocky Point for 32 years. 1 year of the Rural Land Use Amendment, it has demonstrated how dangerous and poorly considered it was. It relies on the erroneous premise that active agriculture and recreational amenities provide natural services comparable to conservation land, and will afford similar protections to our waters and our wetlands. It won't. This land use category has jeopardized Martin County's difference like almost nothing else I've ever seen. In order to evolve and accommodate the sprawling suburban development of numerous plantation communities with landscape recreational amenities, this amendment has contorted language and logic of the comp plan. The comp plan was what made Martin County's difference important. In order to expand upon the folly of the Atlantic Fields project, we've been asked to create freestanding urban service districts, flip-flop parcels of future land use designation, suspend conventional definitions of what constitutes sprawl, not to require PUD agreements contemporary with the Rural Land Use Amendment, and to pretend that the infrastructure is adequate to unbridled Western development. We've been asked to interpret the Clean Waterways Act 1379 in the most favorable way for this particular development. Projects outside the urban service district to pretend agricultural land use and residential golf ag communities don't pollute is ridiculous. Pushing prices of conservation land and acquisition to unaffordable costs doesn't serve our future resiliency or our community. It just makes everything less affordable. But to redefine the word adjacent to mean more than a mile is absurd. This county has yet to sponsor a workshop or to find out if the support for dissolving the urban service boundary even exists. The urban service boundary is a foundational pillar of what makes Martin County different. Today, you're being asked to double down on a scheme that has lost reason. This rural land use amendment has metastasized. I fear the cancer will be the end of what we consider to be Martin County. It's magical. It's a different place. Ending this amendment is going to be politically painful, but it's necessary. This is a place we love. It's our home.
Mr. Braun will be followed by Brandon Tucker.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for diligently listening to everybody's perspectives. Thank you for your service. I'm Greg Braun. I'm a certified environmental professional, and I'm here in my capacity as Executive Director of the Guardians of Martin County. We believe that the guiding document that sets Martin County apart from the urbanization that extends from Jupiter all the way down to Key West and all the way to the north of us is directly related to Martin County's Comprehensive Growth Management Plan. And we give credit to the voters in Martin County who have, over the last several decades, pretty consistently voted for people who have pledged their support to the comp plan. The letter that the Guardian's president, Peter Conzi, and I jointly submitted last week specifically describes our concerns about the Colusa Ranch project. Not completely opposed to it, but they're too numerous for me to be able to get into details here in 3 minutes. While we do like the commitment by the owners to permanently set aside 70% of the property as open space, or maybe 90% as we just heard, we still don't believe that the county followed the guidance of a wise man who once told me, negotiate the best deal that you can get. Had the county followed that guidance in crafting the rural lifestyle zoning amendment, and had that been successful in addressing the concerns of most of the residents, we probably wouldn't be here today. But unfortunately, nearly all of the community's concerns about rural lifestyle were never addressed. No provision to make sure that new golf courses don't worsen the pollution of our waterways. No allowance that even a small component of the new tax revenue would go towards land acquisition. No genuine follow-through on the need to study Western lands to identify ecologically and economically sustainable elk agriculture. So here we are. Because the county is still unable or unwilling to define a specific boundary on what properties could potentially fit into this proposed criteria, the Guardians still oppose this amendment. Amending the comp plan now to allow a rural lifestyle development for which only a portion of it is more than a mile away from the USB is not appropriate. Please don't move forward with this text amendment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tucker will be followed by Bruce Monofusco.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, county staff. My name is Brandon Tucker. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Landowners Association. Furthermore, I'm a resident of Martin County since 1996, raised both of my two adult children now that both graduated from Martin County High School. As many of you know, I've served in many capacities in this community over the years and love Martin County like all of you do. First of all, I want to start out thanking Mr. Donaldson's staff, Mr. Doolin, their hard work, all of your hard work that you have gone through this process for a great deal of time. This is not an easy thing to deal with. You come under a lot of scrutiny, but at the end of the day, the focus of the Florida Landowners Association is the preservation of private property rights. We're a statewide organization that focuses on issues that affect property rights throughout the state of Florida. But being a Martin County resident and watching this project over a great deal of time here, it's on our radar, and that's why I wanted to come spend some time with you this morning to talk about it. We've heard from many here this morning the positive aspects of this development, what they're doing beyond the straight line zoning that's already a vested property right. If there's ever been a standard set going the extra mile and then some, I think this is one of the greatest examples I've ever seen in my 27 years in my career. I am in the real estate business as well, and have been involved in many projects in many counties. But to see what is being presented by this landowner, by this applicant, to go the extra mile and then some, to put so much land into open space, to actually reduce density from the straight line zoning that exists today, to prevent septic tanks from going on that piece of property, to prevent what would be, if this was just a straight 20-acre ag development, there would be much more intensive paving from impervious area that would have to be extended to all of those lots. All of those impacts that would have to happen will not occur as this comp plan amendment enhances what already exists today. So the Florida Landowners Association stands with this project. I commend Martin County, its staff, its diligence in what it's doing here to set, once again, not just the gold standard, but the platinum standard in the state of Florida as to what we see as true, smart, planned, and thoughtful growth. So congratulations to the staff. I would highly recommend, our association highly recommends that you approve this amendment, and we look forward to seeing this be the new standard throughout the state of Florida. So congratulations on that. Thank you all for your time.
Okay, Mr. Monofusco, where are you? I don't see him. Okay. Let's go with Linda Smith, followed by, I'll get back to him, followed by Greg Braun again. Oh, you've got the threes mixed up with the two.
No, I don't. Those are yours.
Okay, you piled the pile, I'm sorry. All right, Linda Smith. No Linda Smith. How about Gail Ladd?
She was with Linda. They're gone.
Larry Mueller.
He's here.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Larry Mueller. My wife and I have lived in Martin County for 35 years. We raised 3 children who are now all living and working in Martin County and having children of their own. My family loves the quality of life afforded to us in Martin County, and we want to see Martin County grow and maintain that close-knit, caring community that Martin County has always aspired to. We all live in a very special place, and it's important for all of us to contribute, stay engaged, and maintain the lifestyle that we all have come to enjoy. I'm here to support the Colusa Creek project. As some of you know, I have experience in real estate development. Development has always been a point of much debate around here. The commission and prior commissions have always debated what are the right projects that best benefit the Martin County standards. After reviewing the Colusa Creek site plan and getting a better understanding of what they are proposing, I am thinking that they not only meet the Martin County standards, but they exceed them. The project will maintain the rural character of the land. The project emphasizes the importance of maintaining the wildlife corridor by leaving 91% open space on their almost 4,000 acres of land. The project will have a minimal impact on Martin County's infrastructure with its low housing density. This project will generate significant tax revenue that will benefit all residents in Martin County.
I urge all of you to support the Calusa Creek project and take advantage of a tremendous opportunity to have this project take place in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Schwain, followed by Todd Orloff.
Thank you all for the moment to get up here and speak in favor of the Calusa Creek project. I'm a lifelong resident in Martin County, as well as an outdoorsman and a fisherman by profession. I've raised 3 children here in Martin County, all of whom share my same passion for the outdoors and the environment in Martin County. The Calusa Creek project provides the appropriate steps to preserve green space, protect our water quality, and provide an area where future development will be limited in its density. As it sits, it could be 4 times as dense as it's currently being proposed. And I think we all agree that keeping the density out there lower is better. I believe this project is in line with the values of Martin County as far as the slower growth as well as increasing tax revenues. The amount of preserved area is something that will create lasting environments for the wildlife out there. And I just urge that this council doesn't fear the slippery slope, as you hear a lot of these people talking about. If we develop this is going to happen, the next thing's going to happen, it's going to be this massive boom of growth. This project, the way it's designed, where it's taking place, is not that slippery slope. It's not a floodgate. It's a project that I believe in, that should be in Martin County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Orloff, followed by Barbara Birdsey.
Good morning. How you guys doing? I've been a member of a person who lived in Florida. I'm 4th generation Florida. And as a community, I think we should look favorably upon projects like this in Martin County. It's because of how it's been designed in a way to continue to conserve and protect the natural aspects of the property. It's pretty impressive that this site will maintain 91% open space, especially when you consider that's over 6 square miles. On this expanse of land, hundreds of cattle will still continue to roam as they have for decades. Plus, the owners have committed to hundreds of acres of wetland protections. As the nearby waterways were taken into consideration, since this site will still use water and sewer systems rather than well and septic systems. This project shows how conservation can go hand in hand with development. Hopefully you'll see this natural beauty of this and project. Hopefully you see the natural beauty of this project like I do and vote to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Birdsey, followed by Michael Circus.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Birdsey. I live in Hobe Sound, and I'm here on behalf of the Loxalucy Rivers Initiative, a project that has been going for several years now. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. At any rate, we've been diligently working to acquire lands on Bridge Road for conservation. We continue that work. This body actually unanimously approved our work a few years back, and we have concerns at this point about the large numbers of developments coming in. The map that you see is not very professional. It was merely an effort to begin a process that we plan to continue that will, by presenting a larger map that would be available to the county, obviously with different fold-over clear pages that show areas of critical concern, areas of potential development areas that are being developed, and something we can add on to the future. As you will see, the pink dots on here represent, the little squares represent approximate developments that are 250 acres or more. The bigger squares represent those that are 1,000 acres or more. And of course, Discovery and now I understand Story has applied, are not even on this map yet. So my concern is that we have created an urban service boundary that's an endangered species, and that not the amount of forethought is going into this planning. We need a better plan. A lot of people have talked about wildlife, but they really don't have much of a voice here, and they need to be able to move from place to place to place if they are to survive. So I'm not speaking nay or yay on this, just that this is an area of considerable concern for our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Circus is followed by Larry Mueller. Larry Mueller already spoke.
Thank you. Good morning once more. I initially had no intentions of speaking about this public item, but listening to some of the public comments this morning, something struck me. We talked a little bit about the history of the comprehensive plan, and something I want to point out is that in the 4 decades of the comprehensive plan, the Martin County Board of Commissioners has gone through several phases. We've had times of slow growth, we've had times of hyper growth, and we've had times where there's been an attempt to have simply no growth. Yet in that 40-year period, we've still had one consistent value. That's roughly 2% population growth year over year. Nothing has changed that. People are coming. And if we're going to take a look at the next 40 years, 50, 10 years, a million years, chances are we're going to keep seeing people. So the question is not whether or not people are coming to our community, it's how we're going to deal with it, where we're going to put them. Now, a couple things in the comprehensive plan that I wanted to point out that also get overlooked often is that we have a four-story height limit. That puts a cap on how many people you can put in the community, which is great inside the urban service boundary for visuals, and it gives us that Martin County style. It really does. But it caps where you're going to put people. We also have a desire in our community to retain green spaces inside the urban service boundary, which is fantastic because we don't have concrete jungles like we have in Palm Beach County. But that in itself is a cap of where you're going to put people. We know that there's one universal truth. People are coming here. So the question is, where are we going to put them in the future? And do we want to try to figure out a way to maintain the lifestyle that we all come to want and desire? If we were to build out our urban service boundary before we consider putting communities outside of it, that's fine. But all your green space is gone. Your 4-story height limit is going to have to go. We're going to have to see larger structures to accommodate people. That's a fact. We don't want to see urban sprawl. We don't need 3,000 houses on 3,000 acres. We need to figure out how we're going to do this. We need to plan this forward. But we have to recognize the truth is people are coming. And no matter if you're slow growth, no growth, or pro-growth, people are still coming. So not talking about the project at hand, taking a look at this future land use amendment in itself, you need to recognize you need every tool possible to accommodate people coming to the area because they're going to do it. So how are you going to make this jive with the already desired lifestyle in Martin County? Thank you.
Good. Thank you. GG Duke, maybe? Dubay. That's a B. Sorry.
Gigi Dubay.
Dubay. Second
Thank you,
H.
Commissioners. About a year ago, we were told the likelihood of additional rural lifestyle development would be rare. Now we have multiple applications. Last year, the commission responded, and they said that they would reduce the potential allowed rural lifestyle lands. Everybody was satisfied. Now we're looking at a proposed expansion to make more agricultural land available. Again, the county doesn't know how many acres will be affected, and this is our agricultural breadbasket. As it disappears, we're going to have more consumers. But we do know that this amendment that you're looking at is going to allow projects of 3,000 acres outside of the urban service district, and that they will be at least 4.6 square miles, and that rural lifestyle development will be allowed up to 6,000 feet away from the urban service district. We also know that this amendment will allow nutrient-enriching septic tanks. Those only remove 65% of nitrogen. It doesn't address other chemicals that will be leaching into our soil and our water. It will also allow marinas, and we already know that we have problems with pollutants in the South Fork of the St. Lucie River. Rural lifestyle is a carefully crafted set of regulations which has discounted facility loads on urban services that are created by golf cottages, ADUs, and other facilities such as convenience stores and marinas. By not counting these capacity uses, not adding their density to the land use of the applications, it's avoiding the label of urban sprawl, despite the facts that everybody here, for the most part, believes that these will create waste and use services and create urban sprawl. We, the residents, taxpayers, and people in the Loxalucy are very uncomfortable with rural lifestyle land use for these reasons, as well as the county's failure to identify and prevent fragmentation of conservation areas, because we are looking for connective gateways. And we would like you to update the county's comp plan to address this growth and the urban service district. And the continued failure by you and your administration to provide this in transparency is eroding the confidence in you and the administration.
Marty Stern.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Marty Stern. I'm a proud resident of Martin County, also a longtime youth baseball coach here in Martin County. I was fortunate enough to have my son be a member of the 2021 Little League World Series team, and that's where I met the folks over at Colusa Creek. They were one of the first families to step forward and supply donations to some of the families that could not afford to go to Williamsport to watch their kids. My family loves Martin County, we cherish the community, and we fully support the private preservation plan known as the Ranch. We think our community needs this. It emphasizes open spaces, agricultural preservation, and also a significant tax base of $25 million a year. I hope that you guys will support and approve the Ranch and Colusa Creek. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 forms here that seems that they've already taken a bite of the apple. Mr. Larry Mueller, you've already spoke on this item. Mr. Cartwright, you have also already spoke on this item. And Terry Gibson, you have also spoke at this item, so you've already had 1 bite. So with that, Tammy Semino.
I want to, my name is Tammy Semino. I'm from Jensen Beach and a former director of the Economic Council of Martin County. And I'm here to give you praise and support this great project. I'm honored to know and to have witnessed all the wonderful things that the Barneys have done with Colusa Creek and our community. From buying baseball or football uniforms to helping out the church in Indiantown. Whenever there's a need, they step up and they fulfill it. They were also one of the major vision contributors behind the Treasure Coast Classic Academy Charter School. And each year, for their own selves, they're removing 100,000 million gallons of dirty water before it goes into the C-44 Callander into Lagoon. Now, we have a lot of residents that love Martin County, but I think they're demonstrating how much they love and how much they care for this. I'm just really honored that they did find someone who wants to continue to take care of the property and the land as they have done, and I think this would be great for Martin County. I'm not going to mention all of the wonderful aspects that you've heard, the limit of the homes, the cattle operation, the 90% of the property, on and on and on, because you've heard that many, many times. But what I do want to say is that many speakers have spoken up here about their concerns and high taxes and infrastructure and everything that they love about Martin County. But what I don't think that they realize is the things that they love are the things that the staff and the county have already done for them. You know, they're in the term, in the dictionary, there's a word called NIMBY, not in my backyard. And every community has NIMBYisms. And we are no exception, whether you're wearing the hat, the red shirt, the blowhorns, the rally out front, every community deals with that. And I am not condemning, I'm not making fun of. In fact, I respect their passion. But I have to remind you that in every major contribution to this county, we've had the NIMBYs. They have spoken. But we have to look at what we've already done. The Union Street Bridge, can you imagine today if we had said we don't want any change, we're not doing that? We wouldn't have the Green River Parkway. And now look at the traffic that it takes off of US 1. The Jensen Beach mooring fields, another customs at the airport. I can go on and on and on. All these things were opposed by NIMBYs, and I love their passion. But I also love the fact that you represent the county and you want to make it great and keep it great. So I support that. And I hope that you will continue to support this record. And as for the wildlife, I think the cows and all the wildlife should say, please pass this amendment because they want to stay on the land too.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bob Ernst,
No hats.
can you take your hat off, please, that we don't allow that?
I'm here
Sir, can you take your,
I'm here to exercise my First Amendment rights to petition my government. Can I put this hat on? That's my military hat. They taught me how to kill people. You want me to wear that hat?
sir,
We'll address it in a different forum. Greetings, Commissioners. Bob Ernst. I have sent you written comments. And I'm asking you today for a unanimous 5-0 vote to deny the Calusa PUD and the comp plan change. If you tell me now you will vote 5-0 to deny, I will not speak. I'll get on with my life, and you can get on with yours. Martin County, we are different. Martin County, we are different. Why is Martin County different? Why do we keep hearing Martin County is different? Out of 67 counties in Florida, Martin County has a USB. Martin County, like my hat said, Martin County has an urban service boundary. Urban here, Ag 20 there, divided by the urban service boundary. And for years, Commissioners, that urban service boundary was sacred. Nobody would think about touching that urban service boundary. Your votes have changed that. Kiplinger, active agriculture. They were happy to take the money from the farmers when it was agriculture. And then they came to you and they want to build 4,200 homes, and you voted to change that. Becker, outside the USB. You voted to let them do urban outside the USB. Your votes for rural lifestyle should never have been done. And we wouldn't be here today doing what we're doing if you hadn't voted for it. Kiplinger, Becker, rural lifestyle is what brought this New York developer to Martin County. Word travels fast. Martin County is for sale. Commissioners, is Martin County for sale? Why do we live here? Why do you live here? Why do we not live in Dade, or Broward, or Palm Beach, or Port St. Lucie? So what would inspire you to vote for the New York development? He bought Egg 20. That's why I write you, commissioners.
You have 15 seconds.
Right, I understand. Commissioners, if you vote for the New York developer today, you're kissing the sacred USB goodbye. You're kissing the long-protected ag lands goodbye.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
It's the end of Martin County, as we know it today.
Ms. Patty Marchese.
We've got a lot of good people here.
Good morning. My name is Patty Marchese. I live in Martin County. I hadn't planned to speak, but I did some research on this project a little bit myself and listened to the presentation. And I just want to say I fully support this project for 3 reasons. Its dedication to land preservation, controlled growth, and ensuring clean water. It really should be called the rural preservation, not rural development. Thank you.
Okay, and has Mr. Monofusco returned? He has not, so.
One more coming, Harold.
Huh?
Here comes one.
Gretchen Hercella.
Hello, nice to see you all. Gonna read straight from the list here. This is about the process, not about the applicant. It doesn't matter how great anyone thinks they are. I'm great, but would you make this effort for me? Why is the text amendment stating the applicant is asking for? Shouldn't the development department be determining what goes there? While distinctions were made between what the applicant is asking for versus staff recommended, the applicant benefactor is convoluted. Nobody opposing this developer. What we oppose is the amendment and the workaround to get it approved by allowing an applicant to demonstrate why a change is needed, especially without studies of now and how this proposal to allow the impact directly to and on the water. You shouldn't create a land use like you did for this, and you shouldn't bend at the will of the developer to amend that same amendment you just made. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last one that I had for PH2. I have four also that have PH3. Would Linda Smith like to speak now or wait till that is the next item up, which deals with the future land use?
She's gone.
She's gone? Okay, well, how about Gail Ladd?
She's gone.
She's gone. Greg Braun, you've already spoke on 2, so.
I'll speak on 3 on the next agenda item.
Okay. I will save that right here. And Gigi also, yeah, okay. Okay. Staff dais.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney. I just want to remind the board before you get in discussion on the standard today, it's a legislative public hearing. This is a policy decision by the board. So that is a fairly debatable standard. As long as you make your decision based on sound policy reasons and differing minds' opinion, differing minds can have different opinions, your decision today should be held up. But I also want to remind the board that this is not about a specific project. This is a future land use designation amendment. So we're not considering a specific project, but how it affects Martin County in total and not specifically one piece of property.
Okay, with that, comments from the board? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm going to start off by reading a description. The project proposes clustering of residential units within the agricultural future land use designation to serve residential units and amenities. Amenities listed include golf courses, golf cottages, pro shops, administration offices, club and range houses, event facilities, marinas, restaurants and other similar food and beverage service, maintenance utility facilities, storage areas, restrooms, driving ranges, spa and racket clubs, general store, gym, and recreational facilities. And they're calling this rural lifestyle? For whom does that definition apply? First of all, I want to express my concern that no data and analysis to support staff's recommendation was done. None. This is a purely arbitrary recommendation. No data and analysis was done to support this, to justify this amendment, which leaves reasonable people like me to conclude that if this is approved, there is no exception that will not be made to urbanize Western Martin County. In time, on this map that we see, every green lot will be available for rural lifestyle. Mr. Barney stated that there were no farmers who were interested in buying his property. That's because a commission majority at some point made a decision that we were no longer going to protect ag, that we were instead going to urbanize Western Martin County, which is way more profitable. That's why you got 0 applications for ag. We used to require that the uses outside of our urban service boundary were exclusively agriculture, bona fide agriculture. That's no longer the case. The profitable designation is, if 3 commissioners approve it, is urbanization. And also, clustering is way, way cheaper for a developer to do than to develop on 3,900 acres. No developer would, if required, if he had the chance, the opportunity to cluster on 400 acres or 3,000 acres, you know exactly which choice they would make. If this is approved today, the commissioners who approve it will leave a legacy forever. And that is that you will be the commissioners who voted to destroy the Indian River Lagoon. And that's not pontification either. The Indian River Lagoon South Plan is our portion of Everglades restoration. It was first authorized, it was first modeled and designed by scientists and by engineers decades ago in order to determine the amount of land necessary to store and treat water in order to restore the Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie Estuary. Ours is the only SERP project that includes natural lands, and it includes some 90,000 acres of natural lands. It was not arbitrary. It was evaluated by scientists and by engineers, and the acreage that was settled upon was determined to be the amount that was necessary in order to restore the lagoon and the estuary. If that natural lands component is no longer plausible, the Indian River Lagoon cannot be restored. It would be necessary to have at least 2 more huge reservoirs and attendant stormwater treatment areas in order to do the same amount of water storage and cleansing. The reason that the natural lands component is in Martin County and no place else is because this is the only place where it was possible, because Martin County had a strong urban service boundary, and outside the urban service boundary, only agriculture was allowed, and therefore that didn't fragment the habitat. The only place in the greater Everglades watershed where this was possible, and also that made the land, in addition to not fragmenting it, it also made it affordable. If a board majority approves this plan today, we will forever lose the ability to acquire the land necessary to clean up the river, because we won't be able to dream of acquiring the land necessary to purchase the natural lands. 3 days after the rural lifestyle amendment was passed before, we lost a sale of land that was negotiated, that was settled upon. There was a handshake agreement, and we were going to acquire 2,000 acres next to Allapattah. The owner withdrew that offer because it quadrupled the value of the land. So I am adamantly opposed to this amendment. The speakers who said that this is the end of the urban service boundary in Martin County and the end of water quality in Martin County spoke truly.
Done?
I am.
Okay, Commissioner Heatherington.
So I listened to many, many speakers today, and then this map that's up on the screen right now was just referenced. And that's accurate. I think the applicant pointed this out, that every green block that you see on that map is entitled to be, as agriculture, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, is entitled to build a golf course, is entitled to have 1 to 20, 1 unit per 20 acres. From as far as, this side, the eastern portion of the county to the western portion of the county on the lake. And I'd also like to point out that pink section is what Martin County is so special that over time, all of that pink portion has been preserved. So the threats that have been made of us being Broward and Dade County, and as a fourth generation Martin County native, I'm super proud that we will never be that based on looking at this map. What we know is you can build a golf course. I don't necessarily agree with that. If it was up to me, I would not agree with building a golf course on any ag property. But that has been in play for many, many, many years in Martin County. And 1 unit per 20 acres, while there are some very beautiful developments that have happened in Martin County on 1 unit per 20 acres, it's somewhat of an environmental travesty that if you look at ditching, draining, and segmenting land like that, I know of at least one section of Martin County where we have spent millions of taxpayer dollars to reconfigure an environmental section next to planned development that was 1 unit per 20 acres. Here's an applicant that's suggesting they're going to put aside 90% eventually. To me, as a Martin County lifetime native, that sounds like something that I would like to see happen. And I think one of the speakers just said, I was never been, as many of you know, a fan of the rural lifestyle terminology. And someone just termed it rural preservation. I think that is a very good, accurate description for this. This property could have had 600 units on it at one time. So I give the landowner credit for not putting, that was many years ago. I'm thankful that 600 acres did not go. I always say on Canner Highway, driving up and down, what I never want to see in my lifetime is that rural character of Canner Highway. You drive down, you have Payson Park, every day living in Indiantown, I would drive that road to and from school. And I think this preserves that kind of character on that road. The fact that 1 to 20 acres, I think that what I saw on here is they're less than 1 to 20 acres. And someone pointed out, I wrote a note, 6 square miles. 6 square miles, if I think of that, I believe, I don't remember exactly how many miles the city of Stuart, but 6 square miles is approximately, give or take, is the size of a city of Stuart. 175 homes. So what they're asking for is we want to put those homes closer together. I love the fact, as a family member with ranchers, and we've raised animals, and we've showed in 4-H and FFA, they're going to continue to farm this property. I think long-term preservation is what we should be looking at. I think Michael Serkis said, how are we going to look at Martin County in the future? Because I'm one of those people that, as a lifetimer, I would have been happy if no one else had come here. It would have been a very, very small community, and Indiantown in specific, where I grew up, very, very small. But guess what? It's happening, and we've benefited from wonderful people coming here from other parts of the country, volunteering, sharing their values, and I appreciate them. And I don't believe that we'll grow over 2% a year, because I believe if you look at this map, we've shown a commitment no matter who is sitting up here. I won't be sitting up here in 20, 25 years, but I can guarantee you this. When I look in the mirror in 20 and 25 years, I would absolutely hate myself if I saw on that property that we had an opportunity a year ago to approve the discovery. I didn't like the rural lifestyle use per se, but if I saw 4,000 homes built out there, I would absolutely kick myself. If I see 2,000 homes built on Canner Highway in 20 years, because I don't think that that's a stretch, because we have an opportunity right now to do something that I believe fits in the vision. And a couple people said it, Western land planning. We've talked about it. I've begged for it. We need it. We must do it. I believe that we will have the commitment from this board to do it, and it must be done. But this is here right now, and I think this is an opportunity to set a standard. So someone said, why do we live here? Why do you live here? Well, I live here because generationally, I'm from here again. I was really content with a happy, small-town community. We knew every person's name. So I live here because it's the most special place, I think, not only in the state of Florida, but having traveled all over this country, it's one of the most special places that I've ever been. The people make it even more special. And I believe that we have a shared collective vision. We work hard, we fight passionately for it, and I'm going to keep living here. I'm going to be proud of the decisions I make because it is a special place. We have conserved a lot of that pink section. We're going to continue to do it, and the legacy that I think that I will leave from sitting here is knowing that I had an opportunity, because 30 years from now, you don't know what's going to happen with the state, kind of hamstringing local decisions. And when you have an opportunity to put a vision in place, I think now's the time to do it. So with that, and I'll say to staff works really hard. You work hard, and I don't always agree with you. I don't agree with every applicant, but you work very hard. So I'll give you credit. I don't believe that ever your decisions are arbitrary. Again, I don't always agree with them. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But you work very hard, and I appreciate it, and thank you. And with that, I'm going to motion staff's recommendation.
Want to go, or?
So unfortunately, as the conversation goes on all day long, I take notes, and they're all over the place. So a lot of my comments may be all over the place because my notes are all over the place. I guess where I'll start, just a comment that was said a little bit ago, and one I think that just kind of flies in the face of a lot of what the conversation is this morning. There was this comment made about protecting ag. Well, it's interesting, when we have water quality discussions in Martin County, the first group that's thrown under the bus is ag, right out of the box. It's all ag's fault. But it was just said, our intent is to protect ag, and so it's very conflicting as to, I guess it's whatever the soundbite is for the day that works for whoever. Maybe where I'll start is the map, because I think the map, for me personally, is a really good launching pad into the rest of the conversation. The pink area that you see in the middle of the map, and a little bit of the southern portion, most of the southern portion below Palomar. 25 years ago, that pink didn't exist. That wasn't on the map. If you'd seen this map 25 years ago, that wasn't there. Mike Dieter, Lizzie, and I, 25 years ago, sat on a committee called Sustainable Treasure Coast 2020. And Mike and my vision, and we talk about vision plans for wherever, was to do exactly what you see in pink. Could we, as a community, create a environmental boundary that would basically cut the county in half? Could we connect it from north to south? Could we connect open space that would dramatically change the ability for sprawl to go west? And what you see on the map is today's where we are. So I don't know what percent we have with that, but I'd say you're probably 80% of the way there. There was a comment made this morning about the fragmentation of environmental lands. Quite to the contrary. You have tens of thousands of acres of connected environmental land as a result of that vision plan that we did 25 years ago, that I have proudly supported and participated in a significant way to get where we are today, to even have the discussion we're having today. The environmental value of what that means to our community, I think is significant, regardless of what it has done to property value. And some people spoke, well, you know, the more you let this happen, the more expensive property value gets. I would argue the more property that we purchase and put into county or state ownership has equally forced that value to increase because there's less land available for anything to happen. I'm okay with that. You can fault me all day long for that decision or those decisions, but those acquisitions have absolutely defined us and made us different. It was also mentioned earlier, a little bit ago, about allowing something of this magnitude or whatever to happen outside the urban service boundary. 40 years ago, there was some leadership on this board that thought it was perfectly okay to approve 20-unit developments in the southern part of the county with no environmental particular standards whatsoever. And people, and a person that people hold at very high regard in this community relative to that individual's perspective on environmental protection. It was okay 40 years ago with no plan, with no environmental standard to speak of, no strategy relative to how big those developments were and were there going to be open space requirements, were there going to be management plans? Zero. But because it was the individual that approved them, it's okay. And we will gloss over that and overlook that because it was who it was. I venture to guess in the state of Florida, and I've worked with just about every county across the state. I can't think, and Brandon talked about this earlier, I can't think of another county, a single county that has anything remotely close to this type of land use amendment. Remotely close. Last couple months, I had to do a conference. I spoke up in Daytona on a Thursday, drove across to Tampa on Friday morning, spoke in Tampa, came back here. Every square inch of I-95 north of here is being developed. Every square inch of I-4 going across the state is being developed. If there's a blank piece of 200 acres on I-4 that doesn't have a crane on it, I would be shocked. Do it sometime. It's fascinating. I don't know that there are requirements for 70% or 50% open space on any of those tracts of land. I can't, I really, other than maybe Sarasota may have some really good protections in place, but nothing like this. And so there are choices. There are clearly choices about how you go about getting more into preservation or not. And we in Martin County, and most of this board, take a lot of pride in the idea that, and our staff, and Stacy just pointed out our staff, should be given a tremendous amount of credit for the ideas that have helped form this kind of a strategy in the first place. I venture to guess that most of the people in the room that spoke this morning have not been on Barney's land or Colusa Creek. I venture to guess. It's private land. If you were probably on it, you were probably doing it illegally, because I'm guessing they probably wouldn't have let people out on the land. I have been. I suspect most of the board has been out there on tour to see what it exactly looks like. It is enormous. When you start to think about the scale of these amendments relative to the city of Stewart, the acreage involved in all of them, in the three that have taken advantage of it thus far, is pretty much equal to the scale of the city of Stewart. When you consider the thousands of units of apartments that were approved in the last couple of years in the city of Stewart, on minimal amounts of square footage in the city of Stewart, without thousands of acres, without hundreds of acres being put into preservation or massive water, stormwater projects, none of that was required, and none of that was done in the city. Not even close to what one parcel in these rural lifestyle parcels have done. There were years ago when we were getting blue-green algae, and every speaker that came to the podium at the time said, I don't care where you put the water, get rid of it. We don't want it coming out of the C-44 into the St. Lucie River and into the Indian River Lagoon. Talk about ruining the lagoon. So there have been a lot of projects that we have approved through the years that have diverted millions and millions of gallons out of the C-44 into areas that otherwise would not have taken that water and have started to clean up that water for free. Hasn't cost the taxpayer a dime in terms of what we've done to clean up that water. And it's working in a major way. Every piece, every drop of water we take out of the C-44 and we put someplace else helps the river. This is one of them. You know, another comment that was made about the wildlife and what has occurred, what won't occur. On our golf course at Martin County, within literally weeks of us finishing the stormwater project we did with the school board and between the airport and the golf course, and tying in that stormwater project to the golf course and taking the water and reclaiming it back out on the golf course instead of sending it out in the St. Lucie River. I went out there on tour of the golf course, and there were like 15 spoonbills in one of the watershed areas that we had created. It was spectacular, absolutely spectacular. They weren't there before. The opportunity for the wildlife corridors to be created with these kind and size of projects is incredible. We had a presentation at the Regional Planning Council, I don't know, 6 months ago or so. And it was the staff member head of the Wildlife Corridor group in Florida. There's a group that's been put together or I guess a group of folks that want to create these wildlife corridors all throughout Florida. And so the presentation had these bubbles on the state of Florida, these red circles all over the state of Florida. What was fascinating is what was glaringly missing, Martin County. And I asked the guy, I said, are we not in the game with this? Are we not supposed to be on the map? What happened to Palomar? What happened to all of the land in between that pink area that you don't see connected? He didn't really have a good answer, other than, we'll take a look at it and we can see what we can do. But there is a massive effort afoot at the state level to create wildlife corridors. And here we're adding potentially another 3,000 acres of a portion of that to connect those areas together that otherwise aren't even recognized by the organization that is pushing the idea of having wildlife corridors. I mean, I find that incredibly disjointed. I don't know about you all, especially the ones that came up this morning and spoke about it all. I would think every single one of you that came up and spoke this morning would be on the phone to that group saying, where is Martin County and why are we not in the bubble? Where is the interest, where is the concern that was expressed in the room this morning for putting us in the wildlife corridor? Good God, the two pink areas between Palomar and the C-44 canal, or the C-44 project, stormwater project, I would argue in most counties of the other bubbles that are around the state that have yet to be acquired, we outweigh what other counties are doing in terms of acquisition and open space. And so here's an opportunity with a land use standard for thousands of acres to go into open space. Sure, there are some other things that go along with it. You get them off septic tanks, you get them on sewer, you create tremendous swaths of open space, you start even further connecting the wildlife corridors that already exist in Martin County that we and you, the Martin County voters, have approved sales tax referendums to go acquire, and we're one step closer. I would also suggest for those that were either opposing it or talking about the idea that we haven't acquired enough and that we need to acquire more. There is the real opportunity for some significant development in the southern part of the county. Every single one of us, every person that spoke this morning at the podium should be on your phone to your legislature and on the phone to the governor and say, Martin County demands you put up the state funds for land acquisition to acquire that land before it becomes a real issue. Every single one of you. The time you spent here, you should double that time, and you should be on the phone, and you shouldn't get off the phone until the governor signs that check. There are hundreds of millions of dollars available to acquire land. That's where the effort should be. This is all private. This is private money being spent that not a single taxpayer dollar has to go into to acquire more land. I think it's incredibly cool that there is such an opportunity for us, and the Barneys actually, Chip, I don't know that you get enough credit for the idea. And at the time, I never really fully understood when you pulled back the 600 units and said, no, we don't want to do that. And there was a plan to take the southern portion of this property and marry it in with the water management district to do some flowways and some water quality, and it was just too aggressive. At the time, it was too aggressive. And so they pulled it back and said, no, we're not doing it. We'll wait for a better project, a better plan. But that was 600 units that were approved, and I think, if I'm wrong, right, they were north of, I say north, some people say east and west, but on the map it looks north. They were north of 76, all on the water. And so for the concerns for the folks this morning that spoke about a marina and water access, for the limited amount of use that this project will have on the water, that project would have had 600 units sitting on the water. Entirely different type of project. It's an interesting conversation we had this morning. It's never good enough. I forget who, maybe it was Brandon who said something about the platinum standard. This is the platinum standard. If something is to occur out west, I don't think you could come up with anything better or more powerful than what an amendment like this does. To take that much land in private ownership, put it into preservation or open space, limit the amount of residential uses that can be done on it, put it on water and sewer. Show me another place in the state of Florida that does anything remotely close to this. And gets the environmental value out of it that so many of the speakers spoke about this morning. I defy anybody to show us that. And instead, again, my challenge back to everyone that spoke this morning, get on the state and get a couple $100 million and let's go buy some land in the southern part of the county. That's what we should be focused on. That's what I do. That's what I work on. My time is spent trying to figure out how can I get language at the Association of Counties, how can I get language at the federal level put into legislation that allows us to do bigger and better and more creative things with land otherwise something bad is going to happen to eventually. I'm discouraged that there is the lack of understanding between what the city has done over the last couple of years and what the county actually does. There is a difference. There is a huge difference of what happens in the city versus what happens in the county unincorporated. And this board, time and time again, I think has proven that difference. It's just unfortunately everybody blames the county commission for the city of Stewart's decisions because they don't know the difference. They don't understand there's an elected body in the city and there's an elected body in the county. And everybody paints a nice broad brush that's all the county's responsibility. I think it's exciting. To the Barneys, thank you for holding out to do the right thing. And I've known your dad for years. And I've known you for years too. I mean, the beard is actually a little bit grayer than it was when we first started years ago. My mustache is too. To the Bax family, thank you for having the courage and the desire to do something really special. No matter how it's been presented this morning, it is special. It's incredibly special. There are other counties that would beg, borrow, and steal to have this kind of investment made in their community. And whether they appreciated the environmental pieces of it or not, all you have to do is travel around the state. Go drive I-4. Go look from Tampa to Daytona what it looks like. Drive up I-95. My God, there's just thousands and thousands of apartments being built. It's insane what's happening up there. I spoke at Ponte Vedra. Have you all been out to Ponte Vedra lately? My God, is that something going on up there? That's not Martin County. Not us at all. Not even close. Nothing resembles what we do here. Last comment, and I forgot about this, and there was this thing, and I want you all to listen, or all, at least from my perspective, because I'm sure anybody that will watch this hearing listens to everything that's said. There was one comment, another comment made this morning about what was going to happen at Bridge Road and I-95. This amendment, and correct me, Clyde, if I'm wrong, no way, no shape, no form allows hotels and gas stations in 4-story buildings out at I-95 and the interchange.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay, I just need to hear that, because it was said this morning that that's where this is taking us, and it couldn't be further from the truth. And I don't want people to leave here going, oh my God, a speaker said this morning that was going to happen, because it's not. It doesn't happen with this. There are other tools to get there, perhaps, but not with this one.
Commissioner
With that, I
Smith,
know.
may I?
Yeah.
Paul Schilling, Growth Management Director. For the record, I will reaffirm that understanding that that is not the case here.
Very much. And with that, I will second, I know it was long-winded, but there was a lot of notes to kind of get through, and I will second Commissioner Hetherington's motion.
You have officially used up all your words for the rest of the meeting. Commissioner Campy.
I'm trying to live up to Ed's.
Oh, please.
And please don't do this.
No, I'm not going to. It's getting late. I want to be as concise as possible. The first thing I will say, and it's been in my head since this whole issue came up, is I voted no on the rural lifestyle. Just for the record, I voted no because I was concerned that it was too open-ended. At the time, I talked about the 3 Ps. In my decision-making process, I need to know the people, the project, and the place. And I was told, well, you can, it's this and that, so if I could not get to my 3 Ps, I was a no. Now a project comes forward that I know the people, I know the project, and I know the place. I have an advantage that the general public does, and all 5 of us do, and those that want to really delve in, and I appreciate the opinions on both sides. The folks that say, I did the research, I spoke to staff, I went to the website, I spoke to the applicant, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't get an email that said, please show up at the meeting, and this will be the end of Martin County. They've done their homework, and I think that reasonable minds and reasonable people can disagree. I do not rubber stamp every single project, yes, and I'm also not always a no. I'll give you an example, a recent example, and I caught a lot of grief on both sides of it. They wanted to build 90 apartments on Martin Highway in Palm City across the street from Danforth. To me, I thought that was not a good idea. All due respect to the applicant, the architect, and the developer, I just thought that was a terrible idea. But they were legally allowed to do it, so what do? We ended up purchasing the property, which I personally obviously thought was a relatively clever approach, and I appreciate a couple of my colleagues that did as well, and we've stopped 90 units from being built on the sidewalk right on Martin Highway. That to me had and it was only 6 acres, 90 units on 6 acres. 2 of them really weren't even usable, really 4 acres. So I was a no, and people said, well, shame on you. You've taken this project off the tax rolls. It was in private hands, and now the county has purchased it, and now it's not going to be taxable anymore, and you've taken economic development and you've stopped jobs. Okay. I caught a lot of grief when I didn't support the rural lifestyle from the people that this morning, so I think I'm doing a relatively good job as your elected representative if people are annoyed on different days on my opinions. It means I'm not all in on one side or all in on the other. Because what I have the opportunity to do, and I do very carefully, is just review and understand what do the majority of Martin County residents think. Now, some of you heard me use my 20-60-20 rule. 20% of our population don't care if this looked like New York City. They're disappointed that it's only a 4-story height limit. They don't care if everything was paved over. And then on the other side of the coin, there's 20% of the population that doesn't want a doghouse built here. I really try to focus my attention on those 60% of the people in the middle. They're just living their lives here. They're raising their families. They're working. They're retired, and they're enjoying their retirement. What do they want? And that's where I try to keep my mindset. So in this decision-making process, I thought, what are they currently allowed to do on these nearly 4,000 acres? They're allowed to build 200 or 190, approximately 200 homes. And we can go back to the Valier Amendment and the clustering that had taken place 10, 12 years ago. And whether you liked the idea of grouping the houses together on a piece of property or you didn't, the bottom line is this. All the way back to the beginning of the comprehensive plan, you could build one unit on 20 acres. This is nearly 4,000 acres. You'd spread those units, those yards, all over the property. Driveways, swimming pools, landscaping, fences, all over the property, the 3,900 acres. They would also then have to go on septic systems and dig wells. Over almost 200 septic systems. Well, how can we, with a straight face, sit up here and tell you that we're going to charge residents in New Monrovia, Golden Gate, Port Salerno, Old Palm City, thousands of dollars, whether they liked it or not, to convert from their septic systems, some are brand new, some are perfectly efficient, to switch over to sewer. But then we're going to, because we have to, approve nearly 200 septic systems on a brand-new piece of property project out west. So I want to be clear that we are not approving potentially 200 units today. They're allowed to do that. We're not approving potentially the golf course and, as Commissioner Hurd said, all of the related infrastructure that goes with that. Locker rooms, clubhouse, cart barn, what driving ranges. We understand what goes on a golf course. They're allowed to do that. I'm not saying yes or no to that today. If you put those houses all over 3,900 acres, the U.S. Mail Service has to drive all over the 3,900 acres to deliver the mail. Waste Management has to drive all over 3,900 acres to pick up the trash. Fire rescue and police would have to respond at every corner of the property versus the grouping. Okay, so that was the first thing. Now, what are they asking for instead? 175 homes. Okay, and so obviously they're going to be expensive. They're going to be on larger lots. They're going to be out in a desirable portion of the county. But the concept of that we must build out and fill in all of the local infrastructure or the properties and the parcels within the urban service boundary before we even look out west, to me, is the most challenging portion of my job, because that's where the residents fill this room up and say, I don't want that next to my house. I don't want this near me. And we're not talking hundreds of feet or thousands of acres away from where you live. We're talking 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet away from where you live. So I think it's just as important that we try to preserve the remaining lots, green open space that is inside, east of 95 in the Turnpike, because that's where I get most of my concerned residents telling me, stop developing every single thing. City of Stewart doesn't have any property west of 95 in the Turnpike. Everyone's losing their minds because what the City of Stewart over the last couple of commission groups have done. And, I see the traffic. I see the building on US 1. I read all about the Costco project and the apartments that are going with it. The City of Stewart can only operate their organization, their government, within their parameters, within their boundaries. So Commissioner Smith's right. We have had the opportunity to do a lot different things. So they want 175 homes instead of the 200 or the 196 approximately that they were allowed to build. That's lower density in my decision-making process. Now, water and sewer, I get it. Every time we creep out with water and sewer. But when that strategy was developed decades ago, that we wouldn't bring those services out, I don't think there was as much interest and concern on the real detrimental effect to our waterways that these septic systems could potentially cause. A lot has changed in our review. I'm not saying that there was none, Riverkeeper, not saying that there was none, but I think there's a renewed real interest. If there wasn't, then why is the state working so hard to have us, in a certain amount of a time frame, remove as many people off of septic systems as possible? There is really obviously a statewide push. So now, in terms of the history of the property and the future of the property, a lot of people will say, well, these are, Johnny-come-latelys that just showed up and they didn't care about the property and they bought it and they should have understood what it is and they shouldn't have flipped it. I don't know the Barney family as well as some of my colleagues do. I know them. I don't have decades of history with them. But from what I have always known, they were a diligent family. I remember the 600-unit approval. And I remember when they phased and they rolled it back. I appreciate when we hear Chip Barney this morning talk about that he didn't just take a family legacy property and just throw it out to the highest bidder, that they went through a diligent process to say, who's going to take over this property for us? I think it's what most of us do even when you sell your home. My wife and I recently sold our home that we raised our children in. I didn't need a bigger home anymore. The kids are grown and gone. But we were very careful to try to select a family that would take over just a house, a single home, so that we felt good for our neighbors and good for the neighborhood, that we put another nice young family in there so that they could have the same thing that we had. And I think the Barneys, and I give them credit and thanks for doing that, because could have probably written a check. Anybody would have come in. He could have said, I don't care. The bottom line is who's going to give me the most money. I don't care about the rest of it. And now to the Basques. I know very little of them. I've met them one time, a year ago, if not longer. And he talked about a vision. Now, he and I do share something. He's a golfer. If you know me at all, my father is a professional golfer. He's been in golf. He's going to be 87 years old. He's been in golf his whole entire life. My grandfather was a greenskeeper. So when people bash golf, especially modern day golf, we had an agenda item while I was chair where we brought in people from greenskeepers, from the USGA, and they laid out, it's not the same thing. So when you hear, well, golf course is going to flood them with fertilizer, nutrients, pesticides, that's not really how they do that anymore. One, it's very expensive to do that. And two, these folks are not just like, well, we're only interested in golf and we don't care about the environment. If they ruin their environment, they'd have no golf. So I appreciate that the Basques, Mr. and Mrs., would invest in our community millions and millions and millions of dollars in a project that they were hopeful that a majority of the community would say, hey, good for you. We've heard it called the Platinum Standard. I'm not going to get into that, but I appreciate when anyone, whether you're opening a pizzeria or something else, that you would invest in our community, that you would invest your money and your time and your efforts in our community. And they know that they're going to have to run a gauntlet through days like today where people are basically saying, shame on you for coming here, shame on you for doing anything else. I would want to tell you from my perspective, I appreciate it. And then the final thing that I will say is this. A lot of people, this is an educated room. You wouldn't be sitting in here if you were not tuned in to what's happening in the county and in the state. But most of your friends and neighbors and coworkers have no idea what Live Local means. They have no idea what SB 102 means, but they will. And what I have heard time and time again, even in my opposition to rural lifestyle, was that if the folks in Tallahassee are watching, there's 67 counties, but we're not exempt from the influx of residents that are coming here. If they look and see that we constantly, as a board and as a community, say no to projects, no, 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 they'll be making those decisions for us. SB 102, now Live Local, is allowing the state to decide and created rules and regulations and legislation that takes it out of our hands. Whether you love Commissioner Hurd and everything she has stood for decades, or you love Commissioner Smith and everything that he has stood for decades, we're not going to get that decision anymore. This meeting won't happen. It'll be decided at the staff level. Now, not to point him out, but the most influential decision maker in Martin County growth management, politics, and decision-making is sitting right there. He's our growth management director. You're not going to, you could maybe have an appointment with him, he'll have 10,000 appointments, but it's no longer going to be us. So I'm saying that if we have a project like this that seems to check all the boxes, and they hear about this in Tallahassee, and they think, then you're going to get decisions where, like the Costco or the rural lifestyle, it was decided here, it went up to Tallahassee, and in some cases, a local judge or a regional judge said, I disagree. I don't like it. It goes to Tallahassee. How's it been going up in Tallahassee for us? So if we don't approve and look at things in a rational mindset, that's what I'm trying to do. This project, 90 units on Martin Highway, and it's not just because I live in Palm City. If it was 90 units on whatever street in Hobe Sound or Jensen or Port Salerno, if it's not right, it's not right. And that's what I can promise you. I will decide these projects individually on their merit. And in my mind, this is the type of project that, one, we could do here. It checks a lot of my boxes from what I'm hearing from the 60% of the people. And then it sends a message to Tallahassee that we get it, that we're not trying to lock the door from any new residents coming here. Because if we do that, then the regulations and the restrictions will continue to just get tighter and tighter, and we won't get to make any of our decisions. I have not seen, a lot of the folks that spoke today are the folks that speak every time, and I give them a lot of credit. They've dedicated their retirement or their working lives to come here and fight the good fight, for or against. But I will tell you that it is very rare, and the whole morning I've been sitting here thinking, how often has this group come here to say, we agree with that project? We think that's a good project. We finally got something we can all agree on. And in my mind, and maybe I'll have to go back and be proved wrong, I can't think of a single time that that's happened. No project has ever been good enough for the people that are angry about projects, and I give them all due respect for their positions that they're fighting. But they have never come forward and said, good idea. We're behind it. Now, some individuals might have, but collectively they haven't, which forces me to then take all of those emails, all of those phone calls, speak to those people, hear what they have to say, but at the end of the day, I still have to make my own determination. And I think in this particular project, my determination would be to support staff's recommendation. I think that, Commissioner Smith, with all due respect, and over the years that we've sat up here, I respect her. I believe that we could even say we have a loose friendship. But that being said, I don't think this is going to be the end of Martin County. It's not going to be the end of the Indian River Lagoon. It's not going to be the end of dollars that are going to come from this state and federal government to support projects that we're doing here. Because they said that about Martin Downs. They said that about the Roosevelt Bridge. They said that about the Treasure Coast Mall. They said that about the Veterans Memorial Bridge. And I think these have been amenities. So people that agree, are reasonable, can disagree. And in this particular case, I would disagree with my colleague, Commissioner Hurd. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
That was pretty close to the amount.
No, you were an hour and a half.
I'm thinking he's very close to using up his words.
But mine was gold. It was gold. I didn't mention a spoon bill.
Because I already did.
So I, like Commissioner Smith, have written a bunch of notes that probably are going to be very hard to put into a legible spiel. But my family's been here and farmed in the Hobe Sound, Jupiter area since the 20s. most of what is now called Jupiter Farms at one point was under my grandfather's control, whether it be ownership or lease, over 30,000 acres, which is now Jupiter Farms. Out of that 30-plus thousand acres, there was 5,000 acres of dry dirt which you could actually grow on, right? So, World War II rolls around, everybody leaves to go with the fight of war. He didn't have anybody, so that was the demise of the farm. Today, all those wetlands that couldn't be farmed are now houses and filled in. Bad planning. Jupiter Farms, I would think, is something that Martin County doesn't want at all, right? When I grew up in Hope Sound let's say when I was conscious of what was going on in the late 60s and early 70s. Well, that's true too. Still not there. Anyway, I was up on Gomez. Everything that was on the riverside of Gomez was a mangrove swamp. I watched drag lines dig through the mangroves, digging out and building, and the only reason it really pops out of my mind was my dad was all about soils and everything else, is they're piling that muck up, wonder where they're going to build a house, right? Bad planning, right? But a lot of our residents exist today because of that. I sat in last week for Commissioner Smith, I believe, on the TPO, MPO, Tri-County thing, where we approved the 2045 transportation plan. Part of that presentation was a model of our population growth till 2045, which, by the way, is just about a little over 21 years from today. The moderate model of that, which has historically been very accurate, is 40,000 additional people are coming to Martin County over the next 21 years. Where are they going? Where are they going? So that's why rural lifestyle, I supported it as strongly as I did. Rural lifestyle tied to the urban service boundary was a buffer that development couldn't jump over. Dense development couldn't jump over. That was the big attraction for me, is actually protecting. It's been demonized that we did this and it's destroyed the urban service. It was done to protect the urban service boundary, at least my motivation was, right? Let alone all the other tax benefits and everything else that it could do. This proposal is amazing. I would love to support it. I just saw your light go on. Was that before I started?
That was
It can be before you vote, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Low density preservation of natural lands is what we say we're all about. But what we're not all about is planning, and good planning, right? So take my hand for a minute. You and I are going to touch the third rail, right? The third rail in Martin County is actually doing some planning for Western Martin County, trying to take these properties out of play when these 40,000 people show up. And guess what's going to happen is between now and then, the voter in Martin County is going to change dramatically. Commissioner Campy alluded to that the people that are coming in with the development in Stewart, they have no roots in Martin County. They come from Greenwich, Connecticut, New York, and all these places that, no matter how much Martin County, why am I getting too excited? No. Anyway, no matter how much development happens in Martin County, it's nothing compared to what they come from. That they have no concept of what we grew up with, right? Because I tell you something, in 1970, Martin County was pretty cool. I used to ride my horse through what is now Martin Downs. I could literally ride my horse through the park and go across the bridge in Jupiter to get to my grandparents' house on Center Street.
That's because they didn't have cars
Right.
back then.
No, it was just a cool place to live. So, we have as much chance of, and I brought the whole digging up Gomez, we have as much chance of stopping 40,000 additional residents as we have of telling everybody that lives on the riverside of Gomez that they need to tear their houses down and we need to restore that back to its natural state, right? It's not going to happen. We have to do some planning. I really want to support what we've been talking about today, but this is an exception. This is an exception to rural lifestyle as it stood. That's not good planning. Good planning is figuring out what we want to do and then attracting what we want into that development. It's not, what happens to the next guy that wants an exception? It's just a little bit more lenient, and then the next guy that wants it. That's not what I'm planning to do. So reluctantly, because I really like what we talked about today, reluctantly, I can't support it just for that. But I want to see, and if at least got you behind me, a actual study, and we've got plenty of studies that can come off the shelf that were done years ago to be updated, right, of what we want to see and get the majority of our constituents bought in and educated. A lot of the people, it's disappointing when people come up to the podium. You know, we obviously are in the know. We know we can't even consider traffic because we've been preempted, right? And they're going to talk about traffic. We can't do, you know, over the last decade, we have been preempted on a lot of different things that people don't understand. I've tried to get and I keep asking for it, a actual agenda item that lists that so we can try to educate our constituents on where we're at in preemptions and what we are not allowed to consider when we're approving things. So we need to do some planning. We need to figure out how to take these large pieces of this is an environmentally sensitive piece of property, and put the environmental aspects of those in preservation, right? But it's got to be a plan. We got to do it. So with that, I don't know which one was first. Commissioner Smith.
Two quick things. One is that I didn't start back at 1942. I started at 2000. Anyway, so just, huh?
What is it? Anyway, go ahead.
Historically, your story went way, I thought we were going to go for the whole like 80 years.
No.
Whatever, but anyway. And I'm sure we're going to get into this relative to a long-range planning strategy. What I would ask of when we do that, and you're right, there are plenty of plans and studies. We go back to the 2020 plan and look what it suggested and where we started and where we can go. But what has to accompany all of that, because the reality is the only thing that's truly going to make all of this better is to go acquire it. And the state has plenty of money to go do that. We just have to get the state on our radar screen, completely on our radar screen, to help us do it, because the dollars are significant, but there is plenty of money. Thank you.
Commissioner Heatherington.
Just because you mentioned the planning, I remember back a year ago that I was sitting in almost your identical position, thinking, you know what, great project, I really want to support it. Said all along, I do not like the land use. I hope the projects would come in individually. We need planning, and I remember sitting there on that day, I couldn't decide what would be the best for the future of Martin County, and I asked this board if we could do Western planning. And I thought it was the most important thing that we could possibly do. It came back, we didn't agree. I say now's the time. Now's the time to do that. And if there's something that you suggest, I say get the board while they're sitting here today to commit to the Western planning, because I've been called all kinds of names. And it was unfortunate, the timing of the rural lifestyle, but I put my neck on the line to support what I thought was something that was going to be long-term beneficial for Martin County, for all of us, and that was going to protect that. And I've taken a lot of heat for it. We still haven't done the planning, which I required to do that. So today's the day to do the planning. You know, it was good for Hope Sound, that the project, I supported it, and I would say, don't hold out on a good project if you, before planning, and if you're going to, you should get that accomplished today, because it didn't work out so well when I suggested the planning.
It was crickets. And I got to admit that I was too afraid to touch the third rail, but Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, if you want to learn about planning in Martin County, please read Chapter 4 of the Comprehensive Plan. It tells you exactly how to do Western planning.
Okay.
We don't need to change a thing. We just need to follow our plan.
You interested in doing any planning?
Are we doing priorities tonight as well with the reorg?
Yes. We could, yes.
You gotta do them next month.
Next time, yeah.
Next time what?
We'll take that up next meeting, next week.
Oh, you don't want to do that today?
We got plenty on our plate today.
Because I got my 3 right here.
Okay. Would you like to do some planning?
That's one of my 3.
Okay, so that's a head nod.
Let's do this vote first and then do that.
Okay.
You got it, Harold. There's 3 that
I'm
agree.
shaking my head
Okay.
yes.
Nobody's speaking
All right.
into their microphone, so we can't hear what you're saying
Got
over
it.
here.
Ms. Elder.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jenkins. For the record, I just want to remind the board, it's really important that we are basing our decision on the right standard today, that this is an amendment to the comp plan. It amends a future land use designation. It is not applicable to just one piece of property or one project. It is applicable to all of Martin County. So when you're making your decision, please take that into consideration and make your policy decision based on that and not one project. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, you made a motion. You have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
The motion passes 3-2. Commissioner Hurd and Commissioner Jenkins opposing. Okay, and with that, how about we take lunch?
Yeah,
Maybe
that
want to
sounds
come back.